2021 Curry County, Oregon Board of Commissioners Business Meeting. Introductions. To my far left is Director Brad Rickert. To my immediate left, Commissioner Christopher Pash. I'm Court Boyce. To my immediate right, Commissioner John Herzog. To his right, Curry County Council Anthony Pope. To his right, Staff Jesuit. Again, welcome all. This is the smallest number of action items we've had for a while. We only have 8 consent items. So I think we're catching up after 5 months of the first of the year. So again, welcome everyone. I'm going to give a line of duty desk report here. Officer down, 134. Last year, you may recall, the total number was 362 line of duty deaths. You know, sometimes we forget too, there are literally hundreds that are injured in their line of work, protecting us, really under the term of peace officers. Military deaths, somewhat good news. 1 is too many, of course, but we stand now at 3. Last year it was 33. United States Fire Administration, 43 to date for 2020, and last year was 79. That's a growing number as well. When a police officer is killed, it's not an agent losing an officer, it's an entire nation. Commissioner Pash, did you have something you wanted to offer the board and the public?
Well, I just want us to realize that, you know, this coming Monday is Memorial Day, and it's a day that's very special to me and my family, and to all of those people out there that have served, that have lost someone or had someone injured during service, and their families for what they have to deal with when they come home with injuries, some of them with serious injuries, and a lot of us don't realize what it takes to care for those people for the rest of their lives. I want to play a short video that I found on the internet. Unfortunately, it was made in the 80s, and it doesn't speak also to the women out there that give so much with our armed forces now in battle. Years ago, women were not allowed to go actually into battle where they are now. So I just want to, if you give me a minute, I want to play just a very brief video to honor. You have to do it by hand. You have to do that one by hand, I think. I just want to play a brief video to honor our military and just recognize Memorial Day to all those people who have given so much to this nation. Thank you. Can we start it again, please?
Thank you, Eric.
Turn it up some more.
Yeah, let's see.
Eric.
thing to honor those who died in defense of our country, in defense of us in wars far away. The imagination plays a trick. We see these soldiers in our mind as old and wise. We see them as something like the founding fathers, gray and gray-haired. But most of them were boys when they died, and they gave up two lives, the one they were living and the one they would have lived. When they died, they gave up their chance to be husbands and fathers and grandfathers. They gave up their chance to be revered old men. They gave up everything for our country, for us. We owe them a debt we can never repay. All we can do is remember them, what they did, and why they had to be buried for us.
And I just want to say I find it very interesting what General Patton said there in his comment. And I'm going to paraphrase. He said that he found he doesn't know why we mourn the death. Rather, we should celebrate the people that were willing to go and give so much. And I want to make sure that we as a county understand that many in this county have given so much, and there are many family members that have lost. And I would just like to have a moment of silence for those who have given so much to this nation and those who have never come home. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pash.
Mr. Chair, if I could, one more
Certainly.
thing. I would like to ask everyone out there that's listening, we're getting an echo in here now,
Yeah,
too.
we are.
But I would like to ask everyone out there that's listening to this, if you would, please, over this weekend, call a veteran, call someone that you know or a family member of someone that served in the military or first responders of this nation, and just say hello to them. Just, the old saying, thank you for your service. That's kind of getting a little old, I guess.
And your sacrifice.
For some of those, but just say thank you for what you did for our nation, and just call someone and just enjoy the moment. Thank you.
I hope you might play that again next year. Very, very powerful. Deep breath, everyone. Wow.
Bring an extra box of Kleenex.
Yes, sir. So I'll give a real quick COVID pandemic report. Somewhat good news. Curry County continues to be at the moderate, under the sector risk level guidance from OHA. New data just came out this week showing Curry County a 14-day count of new COVID-19 cases at 12, which would move Curry into the lower risk if it was a movement week. The state changed back to the movement only every other week, so the earliest Curry County will move to lower is in just a couple days. Come a long way in the last 3 months. We were even talking a couple of months ago about doing virtual meetings, and so as we approach the visitor season, we try and recover. What a time to go into the summer and look to our neighbors, look to the people that we work with, and just offer every bit of support that we possibly can. So that's good news. Commissioner Pash, thank you again for the moment of silence and that tremendous video. Amended Approval Board. Commissioner Pash.
I would like to move 12A back up to 7B. I think it was originally 7A or 7B. I don't recall, but I know that Assessor Colin's time is valuable, and I know that our treasurer and Ms. Madison want to do that presentation, and their time is going to be valuable as well. So I'd like to get that moved back up to 7A. A1 or however you want to mark that, but back up to the beginning of the 7.
Commissioner Herzog?
I'd like, oh, hello? It's weird today. Anyway, if we could add on South Coast Parks and Recs District discussion?
We need to have a discussion on Commissioner Pash's request there.
Oh, okay, we got to
That's
do
okay.
that first. I'm sorry.
I wanted to hear from the elected officials first, and we have a workshop today. There's no urgency here. I'm anxious to hear what Treasurer Barnes and Economic Coordinator Madison have in store. But my feeling on that is we need to hear from the elected people first, and I think we have 20 or 30 minutes to do that this afternoon. So do you want to weigh in on that?
Well, I just have a question. Have we had anything under other since
Pretty rare.
why was this,
So it wouldn't preempt the request of the elected officials to weigh in? Still got an echo. Nope, he found it. It's a TV. Okay, got it.
so is, I guess I'm not understanding, preempt the elected officials.
Which is a workshop. I wanted to hear from them first. I think that's a good approach from the board.
So is 12 going to be after the workshop? No, would it be?
I would pull it till June 9th. That was in the AR agenda routing slate that I recommended. So that's my request, is to pull it until then. Pending on what we hear from our elected officials today. You'll be recognized for public comment, Mr. Barnes. So, yes?
I just, again, it's just information for us. Ms. Madison and Treasurer Barnes are going to give us some information, and then the other electeds can do that in workshop, and then we can bring it back for the next meeting to do whatever we're going to do. But I would like to hear the presentation, and again, I think their time is as valuable as is Mr. Colin's, so I'd like to see it brought back up to 7A1.
It's actually, it actually is set up as an action item where we have to vote for a resolution to form a committee, and I'm not ready to do that today. One commissioner. So any other discussion? So what are we going to do with it?
I'd like to leave it as 7A. I guess you're kind of the deciding vote, Commissioner Herzog.
And if we leave it at 12, we'll hear from them. It just won't be in the...
Late afternoon, yes.
And I'm okay with that.
Late afternoon. So it stays as is on the agenda?
I think, yeah, after the workshop. Isn't something in the workshop?
Yeah, it's the first item. So I'm gonna make a motion that we pull it and put it on the agenda to form a committee, look at the resolution for June 9th. There's just no great urgency here. Looking for a second.
Can I ask a question prior to?
Certainly.
So,
I think you were first, Commissioner Pash.
Well, I just think this is something that, this money's already sitting here, and I think, as it says when they gave it to us, this is something that needs to be moved along pretty quickly. So I don't know as we need to push this out another 2 weeks.
So what does quickly mean? Can you verify that?
I don't know that language. I would imagine the treasurer would know that language because he's the one that received it, but I do know that they ask, there is language in there somewhere, and I don't know if they use the word quickly, but it's to be expedited.
Director Rickert?
I believe the guidance is that we have to submit a quarterly expenditure report by October 31st that will show how we're going to use these funds. So we have a few months to
Okay.
figure it all out, but those few months will go by quickly if we don't start acting on this, setting up committee or however we decide to do this, to start distributing or coming up with the projects on how we're going to use these funds. So it is something we need to get going.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. So I think that just verifies there's no urgency, no emergency, and yet there is a responsibility, which is why I want to hear from the elected officials first. So I have a motion
To remove it though, right?
to table it till June 9th regarding Curry County Advisory Committee, I think is or a task force. I can read it here. Stakeholder Committee, I'm sorry. So we spent a lot of time on this. I'm looking for a second. If not, then the agenda will stay as is. No second on that motion. So the only thing I have is pulling the, oh, did you have anything?
I was just
Commissioner?
going to, I'd say let's just leave it where it is. I don't see any problem in listening to something today. I mean, we're not going to make I know there's $2.2 million that the county has received in our bank account for, and I say let's listen to 12A when we get there.
Okay, so it's, okay. I think I agree with that then, so we can move forward. Any further discussion on that? Commissioner Herzog, do you have any agenda amendments?
I did, I'm sorry for jumping in there too
That's
soon.
okay.
So South Coast Parks and Recs District discussion. Council Pope and I met with a couple of them yesterday, along with the treasurer came in at one point, and so did Jim Colin, the assessor, and we just have some discussion. They had a request to be able to take, that the county would be able to take donations from folks. And Mr. Barnes will speak to that more if I can get that added to the agenda. So I would,
So would that be an action item, I believe?
action discussion, yeah.
So you want to make it?
7D.
7D.
if
Very
that's-
good.
If that's good.
And what's the official title here?
South Coast Parks and Recs Recreation District. Do I have to do that in the form of a motion?
Nope, not yet. Anything else you had?
No, sir.
Commissioner Pash?
No.
So the only thing I have is pulling item 6A of the consent agenda, business minutes, meeting January 20th, 2021. I want to have a discussion on that before we approve. Any objection to that, board?
Nope.
None.
Anything else?
Where do you want to place that for discussion? 7D? Or E, I mean?
Yeah, now it becomes 7E, very good. Looking for a motion, good work.
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second?
Further discussion, amendments, changes? Call for the question, Staff Jesuit, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
No.
Motion carried 2-1.
Public comment period. First we have Gordon Clay. Welcome, Gordon.
For the record, my name is Gordon Clay from Brookings, Oregon. COVID casualty report. Curry County dropped from 1.75 cases a day to 1.2 and 1 death over the last 14 days. Before COVID-19, health workers were already vulnerable to depression and suicide. Mental health experts now fear even more will be prone to trauma-related disorders. I'd like to share a story. A coronavirus patient, a 75-year-old man, was dying. No family member was allowed in the room with him, only a young nurse. In full protective gear, she dimmed the lights and put on quiet music. She freshened his pillows, dabbed his lips with moist swabs, held his hand, spoke softly to him. He wasn't even her patient, but everyone else was slammed. Finally, she held an iPad close to him so he could see the face and hear the voice of a grief-stricken relative Skyping from the hospital corridor. After the man died, the nurse found a secluded highway and wept. A few days later, she shared, "I'm not the kind of nurse that can act like I'm fine and that something sad didn't just happen." Many frontline medical workers like the young nurse are hurting badly and are battling a crushing sense of inadequacy and anxiety. Every day they become more susceptible to post-traumatic stress disorder. These tragedies serve as a devastating wake-up call about the mental health of medical workers and first responders. Recent studies of those who treated COVID-19 patients found soaring rates of anxiety, depression, insomnia, and PTSD. Last year, more than 48,000 people in the United States died by suicide. Research shows that people with PTSD are at a higher risk to attempt suicide or have suicidal thoughts. June is PTSD Awareness Month. It is especially important during this pandemic to minimize the stigma about talking about PTSD and mental health and become aware of the warning signs for mental illness, anxiety, depression, suicide, youth suicide, abuse or domestic violence, and drug or alcohol abuse. Reach out to your friends and neighbors, colleagues, and especially family members to provide support. Encourage those who seek proper and timely treatment that can save their lives. I understand the desire for freedom not to wear a mask, and COVID and its variants will continue to spread, causing medical staff, first responders, and families and friends of those who've died by COVID unnecessary stress and grief, and potentially even PTSD and suicidal thoughts. So to those who haven't gotten their vaccination yet, get it, so that all of us that are left can get through this pandemic alive and together. And I'd like to add one thing to your video that you saw this morning. I saw a video this morning about a nurse during the Vietnam War that I'd love to send to you, and it's very, it goes to show how these men that fought and have fought for years, how they hold it in. They don't show their pain, and they don't get that kind of relief. They just hold it in. And there's a point at 2 minutes that I think is very valuable for us to understand what many of our vets are going through. They're still in that realm of holding it in, manning up, suck it up. And we've really got to be aware. We got too many vets here in this county. So thank you, and thank you for sharing that video.
Mm-hmm. Gordon, thank you. Hold 1 second there, if you would, please.
Yeah.
Commissioner Pash.
I just want to say on that note, my oldest brother served 3 tours there. And to this date, he's only ever spoken to me about one thing that happened there. He's never talked about anything else.
That's the whole point of the video. They aren't talking. They're just isolated and in pain. Thank you so much.
Gordon, I have one good friend that I wanted honor in a proclamation when he was ready. I don't think he's going to be ready. The only one he's been able to communicate to is his daughter. And even when she was a very young age, he could actually talk to her. And she somehow miraculously understood what he was able to say and what his feelings and hurts and pains were. And to this day, she is still his confidant, but he cannot speak to anyone else. And so thank you. PTSD comes in all forms.
It sure does.
Much appreciated, Gordon.
Thank you.
Ms. Ann Velisis, welcome. North County is well represented.
Thank you. It's good to see you all here. My name is Ann Velisis, and I live at 608 Oregon Street, and I'm here this morning representing the County Office Audubon Society, which has about 400 members in Curry County. So I'm really glad to be back and see you all here. It seems like I was coming for quite a while and seeing you often when we were working on the Flores Lake issue. I'm here because I wanted to talk to you briefly about a different matter today. There's been press recently about a bill that's related to protecting the North Fork Smith River, and there's been, quotes in the press from Commissioner Boyce supporting it. But I also wanted to remind you of another bill that's related to public lands that's also related to our local area, which is called the Southwest Oregon Watershed and Salmon Protection Act. This,
Would you mind repeating that?
yes, the Southwest Oregon Watershed and Salmon Protection Act.
Thank
Sometimes
you.
we call it SOUSPA. And this bill, it's a little bit older. These things kind of came in, this one came up earlier, actually starting in 2013. And it would protect the headwaters of Hunter Creek and Pistol River, the headwaters of the Illinois over at Rough and Ready Creek, and the headwaters of the North Fork Smith also from the threat of strip mining. And this had a tremendous amount of local public support. Because it was Hunter Creek, of course, so many people live downstream. You guys all know Dave Lacey. He was up, he was really worried about it. He got petitions of over 100 people in that area that didn't want it. We asked Representative DeFazio for help with when this, there was actually a proposal to start doing exploratory mining up there. And he introduced the legislation first in 2013, I believe. Anyway, this bill has, it's important because it affects our local area, potentially our drinking water and our salmon, and that's why it has so much support. I've got a book here that has a bunch of letters of support, including from former Commissioner David Brock Smith when he was county commissioner, Del Norte County commissioners, the city of Gold Beach, Crescent City, Cave Junction, the local tribes, ODFW, a lot of local businesses. Anyway, so there's a lot of public support that happened. And unlike other bills that are federal, this one also had a whole administrative aspect of it, which is the Forest Service did a whole public process to withdraw these lands from the risk of mining because of the important natural values and the water and salmon. And they had 2 public comment periods and 3 big public meetings where hundreds of people came out. There was overwhelming public support, like over 95% in all those cases. So it was heavily vetted through these public processes. Then, even more so, we of course live in a very partisan time. After that was passed during the Trump administration, Mr. Bishop, who's a representative in Utah, who has concerns about public lands, asked for a review of this. And under the Trump administration, there was a review of the administrative part of this, and it was deemed, it was reviewed and no problem. So anyway, that's some background on it. This bill has been introduced by Congressman DeFazio again this year, and also by our senators. And I just wanted to remind you about it, that it has so much public local support. And I believe Mr. Boyce and Pash, when you guys were first elected the first time, that people asked you if you would to support it. And I believe that you said you would. So I hope that you guys will continue to support this. And if you have any further questions about it, I'd love to come and talk to you and tell you more, because I've only been able to tell you the little bits of it. So, yes.
I did not know DeFazio was involved in that. Do you have a bill number? It's got to be a House bill then.
The House bill actually this year.
Just send it to me if you.
Yeah. I will be
if
happy.
you
I
want.
don't remember the number off the top of my head.
And that's fine. I don't either, and I should have.
Well,
but we can get it on our website and let the public know. And thank you very much.
And as I said, it's these are places that are near and dear. There are backyard places. Some of them are wild and scenic rivers that have national significance. Some of them are just the places people like to go and drive and wander around. And I should just underscore, too, that this bill, which is about mining, which would make the mining withdrawal permanent. It has nothing to do with public access. It allows public access. It encourages, I mean, there's nothing about public access. Some people always worry that any public lands bill will affect that. This bill would actually secure it more because it's, if there were to be strip mining developed in these areas, that's when there would be closures of these places that people really cherish and use. So anyway, thank you.
Also, Ann, the metals that they're looking for aren't even strategic in the national defense realm. So that's
I think that's part
quite a
of it,
consideration
too. And
yeah.
another thing that I know former Commissioner, now Representative Smith, found to be compelling is that in our region, with so much rain, it's hard to do that kind of mining safely because there's been many examples of tailings ponds failures and such. You know, you hate to say put it somewhere else, but, you know, there's a reason why there's a lot of mining in Nevada because there's not rain. And here we get so much, you know, it just makes things riskier. And the laws that govern this are not as careful as you'd hope because we're still operating under the mining law of 1872, which is, you know, it's old, of course, and out of date. So anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
And again, if you have any questions, please be in touch. Maybe I will mail this to Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you. Next is David Barnes. Are you speaking as a treasurer or private citizen, sir?
Right now, I'm speaking as a private citizen. Thank you. David Barnes. I wanted to comment, I don't remember the number, but there's an item on the agenda. I've been reading the last week or so about different states and places giving a bonus to people to get them to come off of unemployment and go back to work. And it might just be me, but to me, this sends the absolutely wrong message. This is like giving a kid chocolate cake and to bribe him to go do his homework. It's just wrong-headed to me. You don't give people incentive to do the right thing. It goes against everything that I think. Later on today, as the treasurer, when we, in the workshop, we're going to talk about ARP money, and one of the things that I would like to, that I think is that rather than paying people to go back to work, I'd like to see us use some of the ARP money to pay people who've already been at work. We have grocery store workers who've worked through this whole thing, and they've been serving the people who've been out collecting unemployment this whole time. None of them have collected anything. I'd like to see us give some ARP money back to the people who work in retail, who work in stores, who work in our businesses, in our hospitals, in our doctor's office. Even if it's not a lot of money, it's still a gesture on our part, and it shows that we appreciate these people for what they've done, for coming to work every day. As I said when I started, I think that supporting an idea that rewards bad behavior, or not necessarily bad behavior, but that rewards this kind of behavior to get people off, I don't think it's the right idea, and I would hope that this committee wouldn't support it. I understand where it's coming from and the purpose of it. I saw yesterday somebody showed me pictures of a Walmart up in Coos Bay that has stuff stacked in the aisles because they can't find people to come in and to restock the shelves for them. And I understand that, and it's a big problem that we're facing right now that has been caused by giving out this free money to people. But I don't think that giving more free money to them is the answer to the problem. And I just, as a private citizen, I would just ask you to seriously consider this and the message that it sends by rewarding this behavior. So, and that's all I had to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie Hunter. Welcome.
Thank you. I feel welcome. I love democracy. I love what we do in this Board of Commissioners. It's kind of like the sausage factory. It's not always pretty, but we end up with something and we don't know how it was made. I'm going to ask you a favor, Council Pope. Council Huddle had the job of handing me tissues one day when I cried, so you're getting the easy job. I'm going to give you 3 things. If you'll hand one at a time so our commissioners can see. These are my visual aids for the day.
Okay.
I'm Connie Hunter. I live at 1310 English Court in Brookings, Oregon. And first of all, I wanted to thank you commissioners for proclaiming 2021 as the year of veterans, service members, and their families, including families of the fallen. May is also Mental Health Awareness Month, so I want to share a few things with you. May 1st, my nephew, Sergeant John Kyle Daggett, who is an Army Ranger, sustained wounds in a firefight in Iraq. May 15th, Kyle died on his way home from Germany. They stopped his plane in Nova Scotia, and he died at a naval hospital there from the wounds sustained in that firefight. On May 19th, my son passed away from birth defects associated with his father's Agent Orange exposure, and that day I had to make the decision to turn off his life support, even though we had done a kidney transplant, and I was proud to be a live donor, and I would have given him that second kidney if I could have saved his life. Memorial Day, we still have a family member, MIA in Vietnam, Buddy Miller, U.S. Air Force. His plane went down, and they haven't found him or his plane. Also at the end of the month, last year, I had 4 family members die in a car crash, age 35, age 16, age 5, and age 3, grandniece and nephews. So Mental Health Awareness Month, I'm still standing because of people investing in me, supportive services, and while attending the Compassionate Friends and talking about having to make the hard decision of turning off my son's life support, a Gold Star mother spoke up, and she spoke. Her son was still MIA in Vietnam, and she said, at least you could have been there. I could not be there for my son, and that is something that she regretted, not being able to be there. So it changed my perspective. Her light at the end of the tunnel became my light at the end of the tunnel. She showed me how to navigate. My nephew, Army Ranger Sergeant John Kyle Daggett, volunteered at a senior residential facility while he was serving in the Army in Iraq. We have a history of volunteerism in my family. He also got written up for taking food to an Iraqi family when he saw a little girl unable to take the food because people would take it from her. She was too little. So he found out where she lived, and he took his unit on a trip to somewhere else and dropped off food at that house, and he got written up, but he did not care. This is going to go on a little longer. I ask for your...
Certainly.
Thank you. You're always awesome that way. So Kyle, when he was testing to be a ranger, the final test, and by the way, he was one of the youngest men to ever become an Army Ranger. Kyle succeeded and got to the top of that mountain. He looked down, he saw people struggling. He saw his first lieutenant struggling, to be honest. And when I was at his memorial at Arlington, his first lieutenant told us this story. He said, I was struggling. He said, I knew I wasn't going to make it in time. And he said, the next thing I know, Kyle came down off of that mountain, came down there, carried him on his shoulders up to the top, and got him up there. And that's how his first lieutenant ended up with his Ranger tab. All I can say is the things that I've shared with you was my son's wallet. He was a student at 16 at Scottsdale Community College. Please understand, his kidney disease made him not okay to go to public schools. That's why community colleges are important for all those reasons. You saw a picture of my nephew in his uniform with the United States map that is etched on there. My father, who is a World War II veteran, did that for each one of our families and gave it. So his little 86-year-old hands pressed that onto that glass. So that's meaningful. In addition to that is a picture of my nephew, Scott. Scott served in the Army and in the Air Force, and he was in Afghanistan in the Air Force when Kyle was killed, and he was not allowed to come back for Kyle's memorial. He lives in Sweet Home. He comes here regularly, and he transitioned at my home when he got out of the military. We are deep, wide, and thick in my family with veterans, with the issues of the military, and I can tell you I couldn't be prouder of Curry County and our commissioners as the day that you proclaimed 2021 as the year of veteran service members and families, including families of the fallen. I appreciate all that you do on behalf of veterans
Connie,
and their families.
it's okay if we do something I don't recall we've ever done in the 4+ years I've been here, just have a second moment of silence. Would that be okay?
Can we? That would be so meaningful. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Board. So we also have South County, very well represented, Ann.
I'm going to pick up one of
you.
these. Thank you all.
Consent agenda. Thank you for sharing that, Connie.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
you have a presentation first.
excuse me. HR Swift Coordinator, welcome.
Good morning, Julie Swift, Payroll and HR. One of the provisions of our personnel rules is the sheriff can do personnel actions without coming before the board, and part of my job is to bring those new hires to you to let you know who he's hired. So you have in front of you Jasmine Broughton, who's a local girl. She's been hired as a communications deputy in dispatch, and Russell Benson, who's hired in corrections. He came to us from California. So just letting you know that they're here.
Thank you.
I'm glad we didn't keep you waiting any longer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is good news.
Didn't need any tissues for that one, that's good.
Tough act to follow,
So item 6 on the agenda, we're going to skip 6A for now. 6B, minutes special meeting, May 6, 2021. 6C, minutes special meeting, May 19th, 2021. 6D, signature authority to Roadmaster for task order number 25, not to exceed $17,000 for the new proposed storm drain on Old Coast Road at Rogue Shore Subdivision. Item 6E, signature authority to Roadmaster for $80,000 interagency chip rock agreement with the state for 19,000 tons of chip rock for 2021-22 interagency project, Carpenterville Road. 6F, adopt a position description for an existing position, legal assistant. 6G, Curry County membership dues, OCZMA, Oregon Coastal Zone Management Association. And 6H, modification to deferred comp plan through Nationwide Retirement Solution. Signature authority to the chair. Any discussion, board?
I move we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second?
Call for the question, Staff Jesuit, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Action items. First on the amended agenda is 7A, the CAFA grant. Welcome, Assessor Colon.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Colon, Curry County Assessor. What I brought to you today is an amended CAFA grant. You may remember in the last meeting in April, you approved the first CAFA grant submission. And the reason for this amendment is that the Budget Committee made some changes to some of the budgets included in the CAFA grant, and so we need to just send the Oregon Department of Revenue an update. What it really comes down to is overall it's about a $55,000 decrease in the overall expenditure in the assessment and taxation. That's portions of the budget that are included in the CAFA grant. So I'll be looking for you to approve the resolution, and it's about $55,000 less than the resolution you approved in April.
Questions, Commissioner Herzog?
No, I'm ready to make a motion.
Do you have anything, Commissioner Pash?
No.
I'll make a motion to approve that CAFA grant. You said
It's an amended
Amended.
CAFA grant application.
Amended CAFA grant application.
Any further discussion?
Well, there's got to be a second.
Oops, I did not have a second? Sorry. I will second that. Board?
And may I just say, Chair Boyce, we'd be looking hopefully to get your signature, if this is approved on that resolution, as soon as possible so we can get this submitted today. It's, again, there's a deadline of June 1st on this.
I saw that. Thank you. We can certainly accommodate that.
I'll add that to my motion too, if that will help.
Okay? Do you want to repeat that, or do you want to repeat it, Staff Jesuit? We're putting you on the spot here.
Motion to approve amended CAFA grant application. And I did not catch the last thing.
And get that signed and dated today.
And signed and, motion to approve amended CAFA grant application and signed and dated today.
Call for the question, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 7B, support request for Cold River's Fish Hatchery repairs and modernization. This is going to U.S. Senators Jeff Merkley and Ron Wyden, and we are writing on behalf of Curry County to ask you for support and funding for the Cold River's Fish Hatchery for critical repairs and modernization. We are also seeking adequate funding in fiscal year 22 for regular operation and maintenance at the Lost Creek Reservoir location. And you saw a letter here that Steve Byerland and I worked on, subject to the board's approval. We will fine-tune that and get it out as soon as possible so that you can sign prior. Any discussion, board? Commissioner Pash?
Prior to signing, I would like to see as you stated, the fine-tuning, if you don't mind. And there is one other issue on this, and again, this is, as you know, I've always supported the Cold River's hatchery and the work that needs to be done there, as well as the work that Steve Barland has done on this over the years. I do notice this is on a different Curry County logo than we have approved, and I thought the board not long ago said that we would continue to use the current Curry County logo until such time as all the other departments had basically used it up, and then we would look for a new logo. So I don't know if this is just, you did it on this logo as just as a test letter, or if you were intending to send it with this logo, but I thought we had agreed as a board to keep the current logo as it was until the departments have used it up.
So do you have any substantive changes that you would want in a copy? And I will put it on a logo that meets with board approval. So question, do you have any other changes that you would like to make or additions?
No, sir, not at this time. Again, though, I would like to have the opportunity to make changes to anything that is amended in this letter.
So do you approve this letter as it is in? Preliminarily here?
Preliminarily, sorry, first day with my new lips, yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Commissioner Herzog?
I agree with that.
Looking for a motion?
So moved?
I'll second that with, again, with the logo change and the permission to reread before it is signed.
Good work, Mr. Byerland. We hassled with this letter back and forth. Call for the question.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, item 7C, request to Governor Brown to send the legislature the bonus information for employees who decide to return to work. You have in your packet there, Board, information on 3 different counties. Let's see, I have some notes here. You know, we had our meeting last week ago today with the 5-county District 4 commissioners, and everyone in this part of Oregon, and certainly a good portion of Oregon, they're very concerned about their restaurants and their workers, and any way that we could take pressure off them and get people back to work. And, you know, we heard comments earlier that this is the wrong message. And I disagree with that. It's been very successful in several other counties. There's actually 21 states, I'm sorry, there's actually 21 other states that are considering this. It has been successful in Arizona, Connecticut, excuse me, and I'm drawing a blank here. Montana started it, and they have different amounts that they're looking at. One note I would make for Arizona is additionally, individuals must first complete 10 weeks of work with a new employer to qualify. While this requirement is undoubtedly in place to reduce individuals from gaming the system, it also means that Arizonans will have to wait at least 2.5 months and probably longer until they actually receive the bonus. I'd say that's a pretty good incentive. It's saying we appreciate you working. Montana, one quick note here, workers will need to work for 4 weeks before being eligible for the bonus. Connecticut, this is the latest tool in our toolbox to maximize our state's recovery from the coronavirus pandemic. The states are getting a lot of money right now, which is separate from the American Rescue Plan funding. My wish to the board is I just give you data here to review, and I would really appreciate if the board gives serious consideration to sending a message out to the governor, to everybody that is desperately trying to find employees. You heard her testimony earlier today in this meeting. Any way that we can change the culture a little bit to the honor of working and the effort that needs to be for all to consider and moving forward, I think this has got a lot of merit. Now, it is true that the state of Oregon has worked out some of the unemployment issues with the unemployment department or the employment department. They've hired 60 new staff, but it's still an issue. There's still a lot of money. You know, again, reference to the market workers, supermarket workers. I mean, they wear those masks 8 hours a day. It's very tough on them, and they serve the people that are not working. So under the right guidelines, I would like the board to consider something that I could bring back, and you could approve this in principle, and then I'd give you something to sign that we could send to the governor and the legislature, our state representative and our state senator. So, discussion, board?
This goes against every, I just can't, I guess I'm just old school. I cannot imagine giving money. I just, it doesn't set right with me. I just can't, I don't like it. We are so, first of all, if they're getting $300 extra, you take that away. That's not our fault. I'm sorry. I got to agree with Mr. Barnes on this. You know, those folks that are working at the grocery store with masks on, and the restaurants weren't being able to open, but everybody could go into Fred Meyer and McKay's and touch every apple and banana in the whole store. The insanity is making me more insane. So, and I'm right there at the top. So, I'm sorry but that I agree with David. When you don't reward bad habits, or you go to work. 64, and I don't ever remember doing any kind of unemployment, so.
I'm going to see if we have, I'll get right to you here in a moment. Director Rickard, we should have Southern Oregon Workforce Investment Board Director on a Zoom call. How can I get to that?
Well, you'll need the link. Who set this meeting up?
Assistant Coordinator Madison and John, excuse me, you weren't here yesterday. Okay.
So it's a go-to meeting?
Well, I'll be darned. Yeah, I don't know. I can get it on my email, but he's probably waiting to try and get in here. Wow.
While you're doing that, can I make my comments on this?
Yes.
I see this as an action item and a discussion action item, and I echo a lot of the sentiments of Commissioner Herzog. I don't know when we became a nation of handouts, but I believe that the welfare system in this nation was started after, I think it was World War I, for indigent and families that had lost loved ones, to help them through a very rough time. And what it's turned into now is crazy. I'm not blaming any party. I'm not making this a political thing. It is just something that it seems like entitlements in this nation have grown out of control expeditiously. And I have the same as Commissioner Herzog. I've been out of a job several times in my life and never collected a dime of unemployment. I just sucked it up and got through it. I was at a restaurant the other day. They had big on their billboard out front, please come in. We need cooks, waitresses, and cleaning staff. Another hotel, same thing. They had them on their billboards out front. And to pay people to go back to work, this is nuts. If they would stop giving out all the unemployment, and as it was originally set up, I believe was at 6 months. This has gone on for almost two years now. To continue to pay people to sit at home. I talked to a fabricator about 3 weeks ago. They need a fabricator. And he said he couldn't find one because the guy that he talked to that he thought would want the job said, I'm making more money sitting at home doing nothing and being with my family than I could having to come to work and put up with that. So I'm going to stay home as long as I can. And this is what our nation is turning into. And I'm in fear of where we're going, and to support something like this, I cannot, sir. And I will say, first responders, people that have been on the front lines throughout this whole pandemic, people in restaurants and stores, our hospitals, our fire departments, our police, these people have had to do it. They didn't ask to do it. They had to do it out of moral want and serving their communities. These are the people that should be being paid a bonus, not people that want to sit at home and suck the system dry and wait for the next handout. So I'm sorry for being rather crude about that, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
So it's been very successful in other states. I give you some information there. People are hurting. Okay, there's a disincentive to work. I understand, but getting them back into the workforce is a top priority. We're fighting an uphill battle on the $300 a month or whatever the amount was. Well-intentioned, bad business. When you go to the corporate level, if you have somebody who's willing to perform and produce and wants to get there early and leave late, the bonus system is something that is an incentive to work hard, taking the pressure off our businesses that need help is what is behind this principle. I echo everything that you both. We're trying to get Kyle Stevens. I think he's trying to come in on the meeting that you set up. I'm not sure what happened, Riz.
No, sir, it's 10 o'clock as well.
Okay, thank you. So if it'll work, it'll bring long-term benefits and change our state from where we are right now, to where we continue the process that you both are concerned about and expressing distaste for, concern for. I think it has a message to our people that we are trying to find something that will benefit them in the long run, and again, help them get employees back into their program, especially as we approach the visitor season. Thank you, Miranda.
I made him a presenter just in case he needs to show anything. So he should be on one now.
Let's see if we can get him on before you leave.
I am here. Sorry to have to do it from a phone. Good morning, Commissioners.
Kyle, were you able?
Port of Peace Bay budget meeting going on my computer right now, so I took this one on the cell phone.
We're glad to have you tune in. So tune in. Are you, did you hear any part of our presentation, discussion?
Nope, I was in the dark until about 20 seconds ago.
Well, a lot has changed actually since I submitted this 5 days ago, but the word is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, that the Employment Office and Program Department in the state has been boosted a little bit, so they're making it harder, more difficult for people to be on unemployment and still without searching honestly for work and still getting benefits. So that's one thing.
Sure.
I'm following the Montana, the Arizona, and the Connecticut program where they're actually saying after a certain amount of time you'll get a bonus if you jump right in and roll up your sleeves. And so I'm not getting a lot of support on that here today, but my intent was to send a message to the governor and the people that work here and are available in Curry County and the people that need employees. So I talked to you yesterday, I believe it was, and glad you could join us, and you might have some comments on filling the gaps that are really pervasive within our system and the lack of workers.
Sure. So I know there is, at a state legislative level, there is a proposal that was similar to the one that you had talked about that was a bonus to employees and employers. I don't know if it's getting traction. I saw some emails around it yesterday. A lot has changed since I was down there 9 months ago, saying that my biggest concern 9 months ago was there wasn't going to be enough jobs when everybody returned from the folks in Curry County. Now, obviously, we're in a completely different scenario where every business is struggling to attract people. I can give you kind of an update on the timeline. Things are moving real quick at the employment department. There was a lot of announcements Monday that were kind of timed to simultaneously come out. We weren't given a lot of advance notice, so we're kind of moving pretty quick to get the things in place to do that. So you said they are making some changes. One of the issues that we had at the start of this pandemic happened so quickly that no one's required to fill out an IMAX skills profile when they file their claim. That profile lists their skills, accomplishments. It allows us to also search. So let's say somebody was a forklift driver in a previous career. I know an employer that's looking for a forklift driver. We could search the people that we're currently claiming and see if we can match somebody up. So they are putting that back into effect. So starting June 1st, waves of 30 to 40,000 customers per week across the state will be required to fill out that profile. First group is required to do that by June 19th. If they miss those deadlines, they will no longer be able to receive benefits, so there will be a pause. And we'll get to the issues that are kind of associated with that at the end of this. But on top of that, we will also then have to require people to start doing a welcome. So our offices here in the next couple weeks, we always going to open to appointments. That's going to move to appointment only, one-on-ones, and then starting July 6th, the lobby will be open to kind of help customers assist us. And then all claimants that are currently on UI will have to complete a welcome process. Sorry, I'm reading off screen while I'm doing this. It looks like that'll start July 2nd, withdrawal notices going on the 11th, and they will be required to finish those welcome processes by July 31st. So this should hopefully start to kick some people loose. It should make it a little tougher. I think there's a lot of people that are just not participating in the workforce that are also not collecting unemployment benefits, but I know that these letters, when you look at what that looks like in Curry County, it went out to 1,332 people associated with that Brookings office. So if that gives you an idea of not necessarily 1,332 that are claiming, week after week, but have claimed somewhere in the last month or so that are considered active. there's a good portion of those that will have exhausted all their options in September. We were looking at September as it was going to be kind of that wave date where there's really not a way to get in front of it. And so we were trying to address any way we can. We're hoping that this will shake some folks loose in kind of stages. The downside to this is that if you try to think of 1,332 people doing a welcome process, or maybe they didn't catch the email, they didn't go in and do their IMAP skills profile, they suddenly find themselves not receiving benefits one week, they're going to start calling and they're going to clog the phone lines. And we're not in a position where we're caught back up. And when I say us, I'm speaking for our partners in the employment department. They're not in front of it enough that it's not going to take a substantial call volume that you'll probably start hearing in the community again, kind of a backlog, a wait to get in, difficulty finding appointments. I think the current response time right now for a question regarding your unemployment claims is 12 to 13 days before they get a turnaround. So when you throw another 190,000 people with questions into that system over the next couple months, I would say we should probably prepare for a little bit of feedback in the community that process is difficult. So we're kind of doing everything we can to address that. We're seeing who we can pull back from our side of the contracted staff to kind of support the phone lines. But this is kind of a surprise for us Monday. We knew there were some changes coming. We didn't know we were going to be moving that quick. We spent the last couple of weeks, months, working on the opening plan to get approved by the state to open those offices. And we continue to do anything we can to contact as many job seekers outside of the employment department's efforts through our contractors with SCBEC. We also email and text anybody that we know is in the system that could potentially be looking for work. We're advising them that there are programs available that you can complete training while still collecting your unemployment. There are, everyone's hiring, and we are doing the best we can to get them to work. Now it's kind of waiting for this rush and trying to position ourselves that we would be able to handle it.
Those surprises you talked about. They came Monday, and it did make this process, it looked like the state just was not moving, and we got that surprise. It made this a little bit less critical, in my opinion, on some avenue that we could approach that would make a difference and get the word out. And the other 4 counties are, interested in, they have the same issues that we do, as you well know. So, yeah, it's good to see that the state is moving quicker, and of course we want to do anything we can to help your cause and all the training you do, all the work and effort, and just a great program you have.
Sure, thank you. And hopefully we'll know here in the next couple of days, we're really trying to do analysis of following your proper safety protocols. How many people could you run through those offices for a one-on-one appointment? But what we do know is if you had to run 8,000 people through our 3-county area for a one-on-one, whether virtual or in person, I would doubt, we maybe could do 500 a week, and we're going to have to do 8,000 in 4 weeks, so it's going to be difficult. We're entering another challenging phase. Hopefully the end result is folks start looking for work, especially as school winds down. There's less concerns about some of the child care issues.
So you've identified 1,300 people in Curry County that are eligible for work, and you're trying to get them placed.
Yeah,
along with Quebec.
According to the employment department, there was 1,332 that would have been attached to that Brookings office, so that would have been Curry County pretty much down the line, that would have been receiving benefits one time or another, that would have received a letter encouraging them to fill out their IMAP skills profile, and if they failed to do so, as these waves and gates start to come forward, they would be ineligible to claim benefits until they finish that. But we do, I think the number down there is close to 900 that will have fully exhausted their benefits in September.
That's 3 months.
Now,
okay.
Now what that looks like, what's in addition to that, what percentage is just not claiming benefits but also no longer participating in the workforce, that we don't know yet.
Well, Kyle, thank you. Anything, board?
No, sir.
Great work.
Thanks for, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks for tuning in. Okay. Great to see you, as always. So, board, I'm not going to ask for a motion. I think that we've discussed this. And unless you changed your mind last minute.
No, in fact, if I could just add a little, the state will allocate $15 million for return to work bonus initiative. If I was an employer, I wouldn't hire anybody who would take that. I mean, that's not the. I wouldn't. And no disrespect to that gentleman, but they dropped the ball right off the bat. They said, here's unemployment, but you don't have to fill out that thing. So they weren't even trying to be placed during, I mean, there was work still going on during COVID. I worked through it. I missed 1 month, December, and I kind of was sick with COVID anyway, and I'm 64. There's work to be done. You go find it, you work.
Do you have another?
You got firewood if you have to.
Does anybody have another plan that they want to present?
No, I'm
Okay.
on my
Get 'em off
my,
unemployment?
soapbox.
Any recommendation?
Go pick up a one ad and call people. And
South
say,
Coast
"I need
Lumber."
a job, would you hire me?
Yeah.
That's the way I
Anyway.
did when I needed a job.
I'm sorry, Chair.
That's okay. We share some very similar frustrations, and yet the businesses, you just mentioned South Coast. Wow, and that's just one example. Truck drivers, everything, that great demand, and he just identified 1,300 people that we need to get back in the workforce. So it is 10:11. I would like everybody to come back from break at 10:25, please. Thank you.
You're on. You're on, Commissioner.
Welcome back. It is 10:25. We're going to item 7D, discussion action items, Curry County Board of Commissioners, South Coast Parks and Recreation District.
Your microphone.
Welcome back. Discussion action item 7D, South Coast Parks and Recreation District. 7D, Commissioner Herzog.
Yeah, so a couple of representatives of South Coast Parks and Recreation District were in my office yesterday, and we worked out some stuff, but they also had a question, and I will defer right now to our county treasurer, and he can enlighten us on their exact
Mr. Barnes.
ask.
David Barnes again. Yes, I'm thankful for being able to participate in the meeting yesterday with Mr. Herzog and Jay Trost and County Council. And the gist of this is that South County Parks and Rec District is looking to be able to accept donations and other monies before they're established as I'm not sure what their current status is, but what we discussed was the county being able to accept money on their behalf, putting it into a special account, creating a GL, putting it into a special account for them, holding it in suspense here. As I get money, I would transfer it over into the treasurer's pool account so that it earns some interest, and keeping a log of the people who make donations in case something happens that this doesn't go through and those donations need to be returned. We went over to the bank and spoke with the people over there. Becky wasn't in, unfortunately, yesterday, and I haven't had a return call from them. But Joyce over there did not seem to think it would be a large issue to have them put on our bank account and just create a stamp for them that says to deposit it and put it into the account for us, and we would be holding the money for them. As the treasurer, I don't have a problem with that. Mr. Pope, when we spoke, I don't believe had a problem with it either, and I think we're here this morning as a matter of a formality to get board approval to do this. I know the board has all been supportive of South Coast Parks and Rec in the last couple of months, and this is just another measure of support to help them really keep going and keep moving forward with things. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Herzog.
If I could just add a little bit to that, the reasoning is under the Friends of the Brookings Aquatic Center, that was a 501(c), and they could receive these, without any taxation or whatever.
Correct.
But now, as a Parks and Rec District, that's why they want to, send it to the county, because they don't want to have, they don't want to say, well, send it to Jay Trost or Julianne Layton. The county would be the go-between, and so that's why we're here today. So.
Correct.
And I recommend it.
So.
On that finding.
Excuse me.
You're fine.
Thank you. Everything that you both just communicated, even Reverend County Council Pope, I think I would recommend a letter of intent that just goes back and forth as you hold that money. It almost sounds like a trust, in a sense. Is that Would it possibly be in that category? Because you're not going to be spending any of the money until such time as, fill in the blank there.
A trust is an actual legal entity, which Mr. Pope might be able to describe in greater detail than I can. I'm not a lawyer, but a trust is an actual legal entity, and that's not what this is going to be. This is my vision of this is just going to be a holding account for them.
Okay. So can you do a letter of intent? Would the board be interested in that? That just goes back to the recreation district, and just that way we've got something on file that if we ever are audited, or if we determine that we didn't predetermine early enough that this wasn't acceptable, which I don't have any difficulties with it, but that letter, the key word there is intent, that shows that there's a movement to make sure we're doing everything correctly.
I'm certain that between Mr. Herzog, Mr. Pope, myself, and Mr. Trost that we can come up with a letter that describes what we're planning on doing and what we want to do here. I wouldn't think that would be an issue. So yeah, I'm certain we can put together a letter that says this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it, this is why we're doing it.
Perfect.
And bring that back before the board. Basically what I'm looking for now is approval by the board to even move to that step.
Commissioner Pash?
A couple things for county council. I know, especially as Treasurer Barnes discussed, there are legal requirements if the 501c3 was not to come into fruition and or was dissolved, to make sure that those monies were properly spent, and if they weren't spent, to be returned. So I think there's CIPIC and FICA laws, banking laws that pertain to that as well. And I just want to make sure that we're completely legal in what we're doing here, and just maybe look into the language of those laws for 501c3s. But I'd support this, and I'm just a simple letter saying this is what they want from us, and it's basically a pass-through account from what I see, what it's going to be as a pass-through. So
correct.
But I do know as a 501c3 there are specific laws on CIPIC and FICA, FICA,
right,
for returning any monies on 501c3 statuses that were never used and or if they were dissolved.
Go ahead.
I just, they brought up in the meeting that, I guess because it's a political thing with the vote, that it's actually not coming from the nonprofit. This is more in regards to the action group and them raising funds. And so I think I'll definitely have to look into it to make sure that it's all legal. But yeah, we just kind of wanted to make sure before we took the time to put in, invested in it, that this was something the board was going to be okay with.
Mr. Herzog?
Do we need a motion?
I think Director
We're still
has something.
Brad,
Excuse me.
As Council Pope is looking into that, I'd also just want to look into making sure that that there aren't any issues with booking these funds to our GL, just checking with the auditors. I don't have a problem with any of it as long as it's all done right.
So are we putting, I just heard a recommendation that Council Pope look into banking laws. Boy, that could be rather extensive. So I'm a little bit nervous about that. Mr. Barnes?
If we might, can we hold off on having council do that until next week? Because when I went over to the bank yesterday, Ms. Atherton is not available. She's out for the rest of this week, and she would be the one who I would refer to on that, rather before council spends a lot of time trying to research stuff that Becky might just know off the top of her head.
There you go. Becky.
So
that's very helpful. So I want to make sure too. I'm going to support this. I want to make sure too that I'm very clear on the pass-through, quote unquote, what that means. That can mean a lot of different things, but I'm not necessarily nervous. Just want to bring it before the board. And it sounds like you are able to review that and give us some insight.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, once I hear back from the bank, then we would be able to move it forward. Like I said, I'm just here looking for your approval to move to the next step on this right now.
Thank you. We're ready for a motion, I think, then, are we? Discussion? Whether?
Go ahead.
Your motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve this South Coast Parks and Recreation pass-through account through the county for donations to that district.
If I might add.
Okay.
contingent upon favorable information received from the bank.
Contingent upon favorable recognition from the bank.
I'll second that.
Last chance for discussion. Call for the question, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 7E, the January 20th minutes. The reason I pulled this board is there's a direct line there that says, one citizen report, Boyce's heroes are criminals. And they feel this is not appropriate for a board meeting. So I pulled that out. We've had this discussion before when things become political. Anybody that knows me and thinks that when it comes to law enforcement, that I'm not totally sold out for complete and total support. Is this what we want our board to be? That my heroes are criminals? So I would like to strike that. And I'm going to keep trying my best to, when we have public comment, that people do their research and we try and keep working to bring this county together and be productive. And I'm just appalled by this, and so I was surprised to see it in the minutes of the 3 different meetings that I read. That was the only issue I had, board, but it's absolutely blatantly false. Commissioner Pash?
As far as striking it from the minutes, the meeting minutes are supposed, under Robert's rules, are supposed to reflect the conversations that were held in that meeting. So this is a public comment that someone made. It reflects their public comment. It can't be stricken.
That's not true. It's what this board wants to accept in terms of principles, in terms of decency. And the board has the authority to say, no, that doesn't have to be in the minutes for my grandkids to read 30 years from now. I'm just...
I respectfully disagree.
I know. Commissioner Herzog?
Anthony, can you speak to that?
It's my understanding that it is to reflect the discussion. So just because something is in the minutes doesn't mean that it's true or factual. It's just about what was brought up.
My question is, can we strike it from the minutes?
It's a tough question. I think you could.
They don't have, if I may, they don't have to be included in the minutes. It's on video. So if anybody wants to go back and look at that meeting, and, it puts Staff Jesuit in a tough position. How do I characterize this? How do I put it in place? I know that at the end of January, end of December, the previous board said, no, we want everything in there word for word. And that's really unfortunate. And I think it continues the tearing apart of this county. And it's not an isolated incident, unfortunately. So that's all I have. I'd like that line to be stricken from the written record, written minutes.
Is that a motion?
No.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Pash?
I think you're getting into parts of our Constitution and Bill of Rights, and people have the right to speak and say what they want to. And I think you're getting into a gray area here by starting to strike comments. That's all I have to say, sir.
So have we ever prohibited anyone from speaking and their First Amendment rights?
But if you erase what they said after, then yes, you are prohibiting.
So at what point do we
So what
say-
if Dr. Martin Luther King's I had a dream, somebody had a disagreement with that and struck it from the record? Where would that have been back then? And I know that's a huge leap, but it's still it's a right that someone has to speak their mind, and I don't want to get into anything further than that. It's our inalienable rights.
Martin Luther King would have never said anything potentially slanderous.
Oh, Martin Luther King said a lot of slanderous things.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Yeah.
and he is one of my heroes growing up, but yes, he said a lot of slanderous things.
Yeah, and he is one of my heroes, and they killed him. Unfortunately. So we have a motion and a second to strike that one particular line that I communicated to the board, the January 20th minutes. You want me to read it again?
No, yeah, I'm just waiting for a roll, that's all. I don't need to hear it again.
Call for the question, please.
Commissioner Pash.
No.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried 2-1.
Director's report. I think that's Mr. Rickard, please. Item 8 on the agenda.
Okay, so last meeting, the board asked me to come back and report on 4 different things. First one was the ARP funding, which I'll save any comments for the workshop later. The next one was media needs for the hearing room, which is also on the workshop. So there's just 2 items left to report on. First one, I was asked for a breakdown on the COVID funds that the county had received. And so just as a quick summary report, we received $665 in medical type expenses, about $315,000 in public health type expenses, about $430,000 on payroll type expenses, $65,000 on expenses to facilitate compliance with COVID-19 measures, and about another $5,000 on economic support. So this year, that total is $525,000. The last thing I was asked to bring back and report on were those buildings that CCH wants to give back to the county. There were 4 properties. The first one was the Pine Street house, which was transferred back to the county some years ago and then sold by the county. So nothing there. Second property was the Railroad Street building. This is kind of an interesting one. This was originally CCH. I think we had deeded CCH the Railroad Street building. Later on, we transferred them. We traded the blue building in Port Orford for the Railroad Street property. So although both buildings were county-owned, the exchange document was written as an outright contract, whereas the original contract for the Railroad Street property was written with a reverter clause. I don't understand why it was written this way. We really traded our building for another building with the wording that CCH is now owns the building. So as far as that building goes, that building is theirs. The next building was the Hammond House. This was a 2-4 unit building that was built with grants to be used for social services. Due to a fire, currently it is a 1-4 unit building. And as we try to do our due diligence, we asked for tenant information such as rental agreements, payment history, some of that kind of stuff. We were denied those documents and weren't able to finish any due diligence on that. So it kind of looks like we're getting half an asset back, and we're unable to do any of our due diligence to really see if this is going to be a liability on the county, if it's going to be good for the county. I can't make any recommendations as far as that goes because we weren't able to go any further with that. The last building was the clubhouse. I don't have a lot of information on this one. It was stated that they put in $75,000 in improvements, but as we were blocked on doing any due diligence on the Hammond House, we didn't go any further on the clubhouse. So that is my report on the 4 CCH
Question?
buildings. Yes.
Do you mind just giving a little more information again on the railroad transaction?
Do you have a specific question?
Just, you said an exchange. I'm trying to remember what that was. What did you learn there? That would be helpful to know.
Well, the buildings were, as far as I can tell, simply exchanged. Both buildings were owned by the county. We deeded one of those buildings to CCH, which they then, and that contract had a reverter clause in it, but then we traded them or exchanged it for the blue building in Port Orford, and the contract was written without those reverter clauses in it.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
That's all I have.
For your report?
Yes.
Thank you again. Commissioner Herzog.
So Brad and I talked about this yesterday. He shared that with me, and I looked at Airport Way property. It's a fourplex, and the one right next to it was a fourplex that burned down, and I think that's an opportunity there to, for especially the housing committee to look at. We got a foundation basically for another fourplex, even depending on how it's zoned, even to maybe do maybe a two-story thing. The fourplex that's there actually looks in good shape. The roof looked good, straight ridge line, little moss on the north side, but that's where we live.
Pretty normal.
Yeah, my roof is like 5 years old and it's starting. So I think there's an opportunity with that property on Airport Way. I don't know about the clubhouse, and Brad and I really couldn't find out the exact address. I couldn't go look at it, but it was because it was all in that lot line and iron pipe, and said something about Gauntlet Street. But do you guys know where that is, the clubhouse property?
Close.
Close to here?
Yeah. But we need to know for sure, don't we? We need to
Yeah, I need to.
We need to send you on a scouting mission.
Well, just to look at it, but.
Oh, Director Rickert?
And I don't disagree with Commissioner Herzog that it could be a good opportunity. My point is that before the board votes to accept these assets back, that we need to be able to do our due diligence. With the other 4-unit building that's there, that's part of the Hammond House. If we accept it back, is it a burden on the county to house people there? I don't know. Does the roof look good? Does the siding look good? How much money are we going to have to put into it? How much money are we going to have to put into building a possible 1-story, 2-story building on that foundation? My point is really just we need to be allowed to do our due diligence, and we need to do that due diligence before we accept these assets back. If any of one of us were investing in a apartment complex, it wouldn't be a very smart investment for us to sign paperwork without looking into it first. That's all I'm saying.
Council Poe? We got a letter from CCH's attorney. I think maybe we'd be wise to communicate some of this in executive session.
I agree with that, yeah.
Okay. Not that this wasn't good, informative, and good work, but that would sure be my preference. Anything else, Director Rickert?
That's all I have.
Commissioner Herzog?
Nothing.
Commissioner Pash?
Well, I'd like to make a couple comments on the Hammond House and the exchange of the blue building for the other building in Brookings. I mean, these are things that, wow, I guess mistakes were made. I mean, not to have a reversionary clause put on the blue building when those contracts were changed. The Hammond House, we gave them an 8-unit building, and we're getting back a 4-unit building. While I appreciate them offering to give it back, I don't understand if we gave you an 8-unit building, okay, 4 units burned. Shouldn't we also receive the insurance money that they collected from the loss of those 4 units, which would give the county the wherewithal to replace those 4 units as they were when they were given? So this is a conversation maybe for county council and their attorneys, but I would hope that they would be willing to do that. I would hope that the councils would sit down and negotiate that, but we did give them 8 units, and now we're getting back 4. Knowing that they had a fire and collected insurance money on the other 4, I would hope that they would consider giving us that money back. A couple other things during everything of all the additions and addendums to the agenda. I had written a note on another agenda that didn't make this one. I had a long conversation yesterday with Langlois about their water district. Sean Stevens, Summer Madison was on there with me, Miss Loomis, and a couple of other people. And we are going to be looking to get a grant for the water district in Langlois to be replaced. And they are going to be asking, and if you'd like me to, we could discuss this, if we could move this into other, and we could have a full discussion about it, or I'd be willing to just sit here and discuss it right now. But there were some, it's a $3.1 million cost to Langlois and without having my notes in front of me, 2.5 of that would basically be picked up by grants. And so there'd be another 500,000, and there's a freshwater conservancy or something in the state also that would pick up 250. So all the taxpayers in the Langlois area would be liable for is $250,000 at a 1% note loan. So what they need to do first, though, is they need to do an income survey. In order to qualify for this grant, 51% of the people in Langlois have to be below a certain poverty level. Or income level, not poverty level. So they want to make sure that we qualify for that, and that grant is, to do that study, is $10,000. The county has to bear that, and we also have to be the one to apply for the grants. They will help us do that, but we have to bear the $10,000 for Langlois to have a study done for income. And they're pretty sure that we are going to easily qualify, or that they will easily qualify for a new water, the new water district that they want to have there. But it is the first step, and the quicker we can get that done, the better. So that's something for the board to consider. This is something that maybe some of this, some of this $4.4 million that we're getting in, we could use a little bit for that, because that's going to affect a broad scope of citizens in this county. And as we all know, Langlois has had some severe water issues. I do have a PDF file that Mr. Stevens sent me and Summer Madison yesterday about everything that they're asking, that I'd like to forward to council and have him forward it to you.
Okay.
Both. You can look through it, and maybe we could bring this up at our next meeting at the latest as a discussion action item. I would certainly like to see that. Another thing I'd like to talk about is I received an email shortly ago. The Jackson County Commissioners have sent a letter to our governor, and let me see if I can find it here real quick. The letter basically states that they are not in favor of the vaccine mandate, and asked if I would, if we could, as a board, bring this up and sign the letter that they sent. And I'm sorry, I apologize again. I'm trying to find it.
Got it right here. You want me to read it, or?
I can read it, I just found it. Come on, open. The spinning wheel.
Is it Oregon Health Authority and Oregon Occupational Safety and Health mandates for
It's
private
from-
businesses and churches?
It's basically, I'm going to surmise the letter. It's basically, Jackson County has asked the governor, or telling the governor that they will not support her and Oregon Health Authority asking for churches and businesses to require proof that you've had a vaccine. And this is actually, I don't know exactly where it is, but it's unconstitutional. In our Constitution, you cannot ask people if they've been vaccinated, and our governor is now asking people in this state that she's going to circumvent the Constitution and make it so. So Jackson County is saying they will not only will they not support, they are opposing anything to do with this, and they would like us to look through this letter, see if we agree with it, and if we do, to basically, they said we can plagiarize them, use their letter, sign it, put our names on it, and sign it. And I would, again, maybe during the lunch hour, ask this board to look into the language of that letter, as we've all received it in our mail, and if so, we can maybe approve that for, and the others later on in the afternoon, and get that signed and sent. One more thing I have, board, is our nation and what we're turning into. In 2021, mid-year elections in Curry County, we had 102 positions, and I may be off one or two on this. Hopefully, Ms. Colin and the elections department won't. Anyway, these are estimates. 102 positions were open for election in Curry County in the midterm, in the election that just passed. Of those, 80 positions were uncontested. 80 positions, only one person ran for. 12 positions, no candidate even filed for. So, of the 102, only 10 were contested. And we sit and talk about our county and our government and the failures that we're having, and why can't we have, I read on, I used to read on Facebook, I'm not on it any longer, but I used to read on social medias that, everyone's complaining about what's happening in our county and our government. Please, people, get involved. 80 positions were uncontested, 12 positions no candidate even filed for. And again, we talk about special districts and why they're here and the funding of those tax dollars that go to those special districts and how important they are. And they are important, but there comes a time that we have to look at our special districts to see if what they were originally formed for and those tax dollars go for is still the best dollars spent for that district. Of the 12 positions that no candidate filed for, 5 of them were fire special districts. 1 was a water special district. 1 was a library special district. 4 were cemetery special districts, and 1 was a school special district. These are special districts. I believe this cemetery district won't even be able to form its own board because they don't have enough people elected. So those tax dollars are going into that special district, and they're just going to sit there. They won't even disperse them because there's not enough people to form a board to disperse those funds properly. Curry County, I really hope you look into, and I'm not saying do away with, just look into the way some of these special districts are formed. I applaud Tyson Krieger for working with the fire districts in this county to perhaps down the road form 3 special districts for fire, north, central, and south, as opposed to, I believe, the 14 or 15 that we have, and share resources. It will save everyone money and guarantee more safety for the citizens of this county. I applaud him for that and his forward thinking on that. And I would just say, folks, if you want to complain about what's happening in our county, put your name on a ballot and run for the office. Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Pash?
So I say thank you.
Thank you. I want to refer back to the Jackson County letter and just read two sentences that I think are very pertinent, and I appreciate your effort to get that back before the board today. Two quick sentences. Any resident of Jackson County can walk up and obtain a vaccine without an appointment. Their position is, this is the time to be easing restrictions, not creating new mandates in the guise of easing restrictions. So, yeah, this is a very well-written letter, and no surprise they've offered to and asked for our support. As far as the Langless water, you know, there's really no community in Curry County that doesn't have water issues, that doesn't need help. David Rock-Smith is currently working on some legislation on the Ferry Creek, it's the Brookings Harbor backup and the desalinization of the harbor water system. So there's a lot of work to do there. The American Rescue Plan, we can talk about that at the workshop. I'd appreciate, again, any input, direction that covers the infrastructure of water development. Port Orford needs help. I don't know who would be the greatest priority right now. Probably none of them, but this is part two of our whole 100-year water plan with the Oregon Water Resources. And so water is going to, as you know, is going to become a bigger and bigger issue. So I'm not asking for an answer here, but I'm just throwing this out to the board. Do those water issues need to be a bigger priority for our county? And preparing and planning, the planning part of it. And AOC is going to be really beneficial on that. Has been to other counties, and so that's, I think I reported to the board that is going to be one of my biggest priorities, and it's looking out way ahead. Commissioner Pash?
Well, I just want to say, as far as Langlois goes, Sean Stevens has already done the work on this, and they're already ready to move forward to apply for the funding for this. So in what I learned from the conversation yesterday is that the sooner we can get the salary study done, and as long as the salary study says 51%, it's basically, this is going to be a done deal for Langlois. So that's one water issue in our county that we can cross off the list. And it's going to cost us $10,000.
Yeah, that would be money well spent, in my opinion.
I was just going to say, how would we go about looking at that ARP money to see if this qualifies for that? I mean,
well, what he's saying,
public health. So water is public health.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure.
They've got far enough ahead through Business Oregon, Sean Stevens, that it's not going to be, or at least most of it may, correct me if I'm wrong, may not be part of the American Rescue Plan funding of our $4.4 million. What I'm saying is that for future water projects and infrastructure, that is a high priority within the guidelines that are allowable.
So it's not allowable right now?
I believe it is. I believe we
It is, but what that Langless is really way ahead of the game because of Business Oregon and the work that they've done, yeah.
Right, but I'm saying we could use 10,000 of that 2.2 million we just got.
Oh, yes.
To pay the $10,000 fee.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So if we're in agreement, can we make a motion and make it happen? I mean,
Sure.
You've said that he's...
I think I would put it on the agenda for the 9th. I'm 50-50. Council Pope, it's always better if we get it out before the public ahead of time and not, a last kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing, although obviously we have, I assume we have support for spending the 10,000, sounds like.
Yes.
Yeah, I think maybe you could earmark it and say, moving forward. I haven't looked into the restrictions or how we can spend that money, so I can't say if that's I think it is a valid, but I think maybe you could just say, as long as, it's approved to be used, that we would use 10,000 of it for that.
On the condition that it does meet the guidelines.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes. So,
I'd be comfortable with.
So moved.
Director Rickert?
I would just, as I've looked through the ARP documents, it looks like we are going to be able to use money for that. However, I would say, even as we dig into it further and find that we can't use it, that we spend the $10,000 out of county funds, and it's $10,000 that the county spends for a $3 million water system.
No, that's what I thought we were originally going to. I would really like to table this till the 9th to make sure we do all of our homework, and like we said earlier, we've got till October, again, I can go either way. It's up to the board here.
Well, the only thing for me is it sounds like this money is sitting there and they need to use it. So I'm not saying that 2 weeks is going to ruin that, but what I learned from the conversation of the meeting yesterday was time is kind of the essence to get this salary study started quickly. So the quicker we can move to that base, the sooner, because the salary study is going to take time.
Okay.
So,
did you make a motion?
I'd make the motion that we move forward to approve the $10,000. And if we can use it from ARP, we can. If we can't, then we use it from county funds, provided that money is used for the salary study for the Langlois water. And
Qualifications?
Yes.
Second?
Any further discussion? Call for the question, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Done, Summer. That's all I had on my comments. Thank you for allowing me the time on that rather than waiting till other.
Here's some information, Commissioners, on SOD. If you haven't heard, we have sudden oak death in Port Orford now. Some tan oaks have been discovered. Not good news at all. I refer to this map up here, and the quarantine area is slightly enlarged over the last couple of years. The general affected area has also. So it's got a lot of people very concerned. They are treating it as fast as we speak. It is the original NA1 strain. Apparently it has not got into any other trees. I've not had a lot of time to follow up on this, but I want the public to know, I want the board to know that through OSU and the entire effort in the Forest Service, of course, that we need to really be on our toes, and any tan oaks that have the slightest bit of change, signs of unhealth, we call this office, and we will get you called back immediately. That means it's Jump Rogue River. There's a spot near Lobster Creek as well. So, I can't emphasize enough the concern that brings. Sometimes it gets into the evergreens, and it's just a major issue for Curry County, and we're trying desperately, as you know, to keep it in Curry County. So on the Curry dredging, DeFazio's work, on the whole Harbor Trust Fund, as you recall, that is all ports, all poundage is taxed, and it goes into into that trust fund, and the smaller ports don't prevail too often. And so he has worked through Congress, and he's got a lot of that money freed up now, and we're going to hold him to his effort to eventually work with $7 million for the the Rogue River estuary. I think that Commissioner Pash, you've been talking to Larry Prestenzini. This is a critical year for him. He may not be able to stay open, as you know, and that's the Lexus Landing. And so there's been several different contractors that have bid on this. I heard from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and they're doing everything they can to make sure that last year wasn't repeated. Somehow, some way, getting the Yaquina into the port of Gold Beach, Rogue River. So that's, I know that we all are very, very concerned about that. Go ahead. Yes,
Yeah, there are actually, the Corps, I didn't even bring that up in my notes. The Corps did call me last Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
There were 7 bids, and he said they were shocked at how many bids they got.
They were quite pleased.
They said it will definitely be funded for 2 dredges to come in.
And we're also hoping that whoever wins that contract, part of this $7 million needs to go, and this is going to be tough, but it needs to go above the bridge and at least see if we can get some help for, Lexus Landing, because that is a major sport fishing hub. And so...
Boat launch and...
Oh, everything, yeah. And, go ahead.
So is that involved? I mean, are they going to...
When the last I spoke with Secretary Bernhardt's office, and then the Corps confirmed to me that they will not go past the bridge on this. They do expect that they were actually going to be here, I believe, tomorrow, a survey team to survey the rock at the river. They're supposed to call myself and Gold Beach Port Manager Andy Wright, and we're going to meet them over there. We're hopeful we get invited, but they have already stated that they're not going to go past the bridge, but they are hopeful that they're going to take so much rock out of the south side of the river that the current will pull that rock over. That's what the engineers are hoping. So,
but whoever wins the contract or contracts, there may be more than one of the 7. They might be, my hope is that we can somehow facilitate something that would involve them in the Preston Zini.
Oh, I'd love that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's going to take to keep him in business, and that's just not the main issue. Eliminating the rock on the south side is a very good thing, but would it draw would the currents draw some of the fill away from above the bridge, essentially on the north side? Probably not until next winter, hopefully. So.
Well, no, that's the intent, is for the next winter storm
Yes.
system. Yeah, that's exactly what their intent is.
Yeah, and we'll have to keep our fingers crossed on that. So let's see, I have just one other thing here. This is from Catherine Jackson. She lives in Ashland, and it's support for Senate Bill 762, the omnibus wildfire legislation. It's currently at Ways and Means. And this is a letter she wrote, and I'm going to summarize it a little bit. Colleagues and fellow community supporters, please join me in expressing your support for Senate Bill 762, the omnibus wildfire bill waiting to be taken up by the Joint Ways and Means Committee in the legislature. Key word there is waiting. Many people like you who contributed to the governor's 2019 Wildfire Council work leading up to the substantial report were years of increasing impact on Oregon's recreational economy and to public health and livability around the state due to smoke pollution. The 2020 fire season topped them all. I have not heard this figure before the other day. Costing $3 billion to fight, more than $600 million to date, and still counting in FEMA-eligible recovery costs. With urban, Talent Phoenix, and rural Detroit, Blue River, Scioto, Vida, Mill City, Gates, towns severely damaged or destroyed in 8 counties. Long-term impacts to the recreation industry in the Cascades, even statewide. In parentheses, hesitation to travel to a destination that may have excessive smoke pollution and the potential to impact the drinking water supplies of many towns and cities. The 2020 fire season convinced many people that fire seasons of the future pose risk of repeated costly and unhealthy events. The World Forestry Center, recently produced a public summit about adapting to the era of mega fires. The work of the 2019 Fire Council is built into Senate Bill 762. The Wildfire Council's report contains 37 recommendations grouped into 4 goals. 1, create fire-adapted communities. 2, restore and maintain resilient landscapes. 3, respond safely and effectively to wildfire. 4, cross-functional support systems. This comprehensive approach, we can all agree, the time to act is now. And here we are at the end of May. For me, the most important step is to take action this year based on the extensive work done by Wildfire Council contributors in 2019 and now by legislators in 2020 and 2021. This is an unusual year in that a lot of extra funding from the federal government is available. Yes, the bill is complex, and yes, there will be much work out during implementation. I am confident that agencies receiving direction from the legislature will be adjusting, adapting, and refining their services to respond to real needs at the regional and local levels over several years. Realistically, the bill is and will be considered in the next few weeks. I am sending my messages out this week, one to the subcommittee and one to the chairs, co-chairs, Senate President, and House Speaker. And in concluding, why is it important to you that Oregon embrace, and that's speaking to anyone that hears this, to you that Oregon embrace and act in a proactive way to influence our future with annual fires in and on the landscape. Thank you, Board. I'm going to be writing a letter, and if I could get tentative approval, and this should have been on the agenda, I just didn't get it done, that you can approve and sign. I thought maybe I could wait, but no, I can't. And so I would really like to support this bill, and I would appreciate your help. And I'm sure that it's something you can agree on, based on the principles of this letter, that that we can get done and send to all the people that are going to be first and foremost to the Ways and Means Committee. So I'd like to have a motion on that if I could. And I'll have something for you probably Monday or so to take a look at.
So could you restate that again?
Curry County needs to support the Senate Bill 762, the omnibus wildfire legislation.
Okay. Got a hand up.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to support it, the omnibus bill, with, along, I'd like to read the letter before we send it, but of course I would support it.
Second?
Any further discussion? Yeah, it needs your signature, so obviously you get a chance to read it. Call for the question, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
There were some incredible people that worked on that Governor's Fire Response Council, and that was, it didn't get done before 2020, unfortunately. And I just want to offer to everyone out there that we've had 2 summers now that we've been relatively smoke-free, and thank the good Lord, mega fire-free. But it's just around the corner, and this is a very intense time, and not making any bad predictions, but we really have to be on our toes. And hopefully we can make it 3 fire seasons in a row with Curry County being ill-affected, a low and cold fire season. Thank you, Board. That's all I have. Yes.
If I could go, just, I said I didn't have anything at updates. I'd like to revisit the motion I made on Nancy Sue Rose, stated some of Boyce's heroes are criminals, and feels this is not appropriate for a board meeting. I know both of you, and I know that none of your heroes are criminals on purpose, if that makes any sense. And since we do have Nancy Sue Rose here in person, I would ask that it, my mom, before she passed away, she always said that there's no excuse for bad manners. And I can see we all get upset and say stuff we shouldn't, but I would be upset if that was Herzog's heroes are criminals or Pash's heroes are criminals. It just doesn't set right. So I know that we have the freedom of speech and all that, but again, I just stand on there's no excuse for bad manners. And Nancy Sue, I would ask if it's, I don't want to put you on the spot, but...
No, I don't even remember making that comment. Should I go up there?
Sure, well, or you could just say, I don't mind you striking that from these minutes. So that would be...
Well, when was this? This was...
January 20th.
And what did I say?
Nancy Sue Rose stated some of Boyce's heroes are criminals and feels this is...
Oh, yes, they are. They were. That was actually true, though. And David
David
Barnes actually, because Boyce is using the Curry County Board of Commissioners meetings to every
Support law
time to
enforcement.
state war heroes or police heroes, and some of them are not heroes. And I just didn't think that it was an appropriate use. I still don't think it's an appropriate use of county time, County Board of Commissioners time, to be doing that. If they're local heroes, yes, I do support that. But we have been told over and over again that this meeting is for things directly related to Curry County, and we should not be doing other things. I mean, we've been told that we're not allowed to make public comments about things that aren't directly Curry County related. So why is every single meeting having a national forum? And then when he talked about those policemen who actually were convicted of crimes that he was saying they were heroes about. And so that's why I brought that up. So I didn't know that all public comments were put in the minutes. Are they?
Obviously.
Every single public comment has a thing in the minutes?
The public comments are summarized.
So every single one is summarized?
Yes, during the public comment section
Well,
of the agenda.
Then I certainly, I mean, what you guys do is up to you, but I certainly don't think that something that I stated as fact in relation to something Commissioner Boyce said, I would not retract that myself, but again, it's up to you what you retract. If you have to put all the comments in there, then you better not erase that one.
So, Commissioner Herzog, thanks for bringing that up. I can offer a video of exactly what I said and the date and what Ms. Rose just referenced, David Barnes, and you can see what I said. And it had nothing to do with anything specific. Yes, there are very, as we know, a very small percentage of our police officers that are bad. Very small percentage. This board, for 2 years now, 2.5 years, has taken a very supportive role of police in particular. And what I said 2 years ago, and here is still coming up now, what I said 2 years ago is relevant, especially nowadays after what happened last summer, and you go nationwide. And, you know, I have a son that's been at the OSB 20 years now. He's been in 2 or 3 shootouts. He's been cleared.
But if you hadn't have brought that up, if you hadn't
Excuse
have
me,
objected to...
I'm going to finish because I think you said something that was really not good.
All right.
And very damaging. And here we are talking about it 2.5 years later, and it keeps coming up. And you said my heroes are criminals. That's just absolutely unacceptable. And so it's not a free speech issue. It's a political comment and statement, and it's just not true. Now, again, I'm going to say there are police officers out there that are not good.
Yes, but I did not say all of your. I was referring to.
But you took one time, ma'am. You took one time that could have even been minor in controversy, and you said my friends are my heroes.
I was referring to what you had said the week before, and for you to bring it up in this forum now, everybody knows. It would have been long gone.
I want
I didn't
everybody
even
to
remember
know,
that that's the wording I used.
Because I keep getting accused.
I didn't remember. Why would you bring it up in such a way now that everybody knows that somebody that you were claiming as them doing a good job when what they did at that event was horrible and they were convicted of crimes.
I never, you know what, I'll just let you look at the video, and we'll let the community look at the video, and they can determine if I was even remotely out of line or not supporting the police. The irony here is to somehow recommend or suggest that Court Boyce is for the criminal. I mean, it's just, it's beyond appalling. So again, Commissioner, I appreciate you bringing it up, and we'll get it cleared up because we've been forced into that position here today, in my opinion. You're the one that started all this. Go ahead, Mr. Barnes.
Sorry, I just heard my name being mentioned a lot. What I tried to point out once before, and I'll point out again now, is that your Fallen Heroes reports began after an incident down in Houston, Texas, a couple of years ago, where there was statements made about police officers being ambushed and shot while trying to serve a warrant on a house. Those police officers are all under indictment for the murder of the two people in that house. They've had hundreds of their cases have been overturned because they were shown to be dirty and they were planting drugs and providing false testimony and other things. And that's what I believe that that Nancy Sue is referring to, is that when this began, your section of honoring heroes began after the Houston ambush. And it's been shown since that time, and it was shown shortly after that time, that the police who were involved in that were not good police officers. They were essentially dirty cops. And the record has come out to prove that. Like I said, they are under indictment for the murder of Tuttle and Nicholas, who were the people who lived in the house. One was a United States veteran. They were sitting in their house, minding their own business. They had nothing to do with drug trade or any other illegal activity. These police broke down their door and executed them, essentially. And that's what Ms. Rose is referring to. I myself also, I firmly support the police in this country, and especially in this county. I believe we have wonderful, excellent police officers and sheriff's department in this county. And I have no problem with them, but like you just mentioned yourself, sir, there are police out there who are not good cops.
And that's not, if I may, that's not who I was referencing. I never said anything about Houston. What I did say is that these guys are so bad, they'll shoot police officers sometimes in the neck so that they don't die. I'll provide you with that video. Nothing is mentioned. It's purely coincidental that there was one issue, one example in Houston, Texas, apparently, as you say. I did not reference that. So instead of us coming together as a community and celebrating that we do have great communication and support and a source of pride in our police, we're saying that one time that you want to tie me to something that I didn't say.
I'm not tying you to anything, sir. I heard my name mentioned a bunch of times, and I came back to the room. I did not tie you to anything.
You just referenced that, Mr. Barnes, as if I supported or lacked the support of the police in that instance in Texas, okay? You just referenced that again, and somehow you communicated that to Ms. Rose, and so she brings it up 2 years later, and here we are. Voice supports heroes or criminals. I don't know why we're spending more time on this. It should be stricken. It should be an issue that brings us together, not apart.
I don't know why I'm still involved in this conversation. I had nothing to do with it. It's in the newspapers. Anybody can read it for themselves.
I'm gonna provide you with your quote during that time, 2.5 years ago, okay?
Please do.
I will.
Because I don't recall ever having said anything bad about this. So, if you want to make it
I should stop. You sent me an email that I should stop my line of duty death reports, and because of that Texas issue, and I basically ignored that, of course, and we've been doing these reports honorably, I think, for 2 years. You say you support the police, okay, why don't we go with the agreements that we do have and build on that instead of spending 30 minutes on something we know is blatantly false.
What's false, sir? Police officers are under indictment for murder. There's nothing false about that.
I'm talking about the claim that was put into the minutes that my heroes are criminals.
I didn't say it, sir, so I have nothing to do with that. I'm just here to clarify that.
I'm going to provide for you what you did say.
Okay? I believe when you do, you're going to find that I asked you also in there to apologize to the Tuttle and to the Nicholas family for making the statement that they ambushed police officers.
I never referenced any families.
I know you didn't, and I believe that...
So why would I apologize? I wasn't even familiar with it until you mentioned it in an email.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So are we going into executive session now, Board?
I believe so.
It is 11:25, 11:27. I'm sorry.
Chapter 10. executive session is next, 10.
So when are we going to, okay, when are we going to do other than? We probably should have changed it. Okay, we'll go into executive session, and then maybe we'll
Might I?
come back at 1:15. Yes.
Since it was discussed earlier, may I ask that after the executive session, that rather than adjourning this meeting, you recess this meeting so that it can be called back into session again after the workshop, where you might decide at that point in time that a stakeholders group is what you want to convene, rather than having that conversation before the workshop where you're bringing all the other electeds in. It would be preferable and in the best interest of time to just recess this meeting after executive session so that you can come in. There is an action item to convene, to form a group, and I think that would be the most expedient use of time and resources to do it that way.
I think that's a good idea. We have 4 workshop items. I'm going to try to keep them all about 15 or 20 minutes, and I think that's probably doable within somewhat reason.
I'm throwing it out there so
we will reconvene regular session at the end of the 4th, if all goes well, at the end of the 4th workshop.
And if nothing else, you either dismiss item 12 or you adopt item 12 at that time.
Fair enough.
But, okay, thank you.
So, Board, we're going to go into executive session 192.660-2H. We need to change the recorders. We need to check the speakers out. So, excuse me, Commissioner Pash, did you have something?
No, that's what I thought the intent of moving that to other was to come back, recess the meeting, go into exec, come back, into workshop and then come back. That's what I thought the intent was, to move that there.
Thank you. So we're going to recess and go into executive session. The date is May 26, 2021, Curry County, Oregon, Board of Commissioners. That just means recess, doesn't mean, we're going to do just a real quick bit of housekeeping here. We're not going to ask everybody to leave the room. We're just going to close out our executive session, which we didn't do prior to lunch. And we're going to ask staff to proceed as directed. We got a full room back there. So we may want to come back into executive session at the end of the day. So I'll ask the board to consider that when and if the time comes. So we're going to open up our workshop. We have 4 pretty interesting, hopefully you find them interesting, items today. And the first one, and I see we have a crowd here. I want to recognize the audience. We have Sheriff John Ward. We have Brookings City Council member and Curry Budget Committee member Brad Alcorn. We also have Assessor Jim Cullen. We have County Clerk Renee Cullen. We have Chief Assistant to our District Attorney Stacy DeLong. And we have several distinguished members of Curry County. And I see in the background there Captain Phil McDonald, Curry County Sheriff's Office. So, are we going by the agenda here?
Yeah.
So far? Okay, so amendment and approval of the agenda, Board?
Move approval?
Any discussion on that? Call for the question. Staff Jesuit, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
So where we are, ladies and gentlemen, we were told earlier today that we basically have little time to make a decision on the county's portion of almost $4.5 million. This is kind of a fascinating time. This is going to be a one-time thing, so there's a lot of interest in spending this money appropriately, wisely, investing, and again, a lot of interest in that. So we have some guidelines here that we could bring up for the board and the audience. This is from Senator Dallas Hurd, and it's a letter that come up almost 2 months ago now, but it's asking for priorities. At that time, we were looking at housing, we were looking at child care, we were looking at possibly a Curry Forest program. Still interest in that. A wide variety. We've heard from the Sheriff's Office and our our towers are not in good condition right now, and that's part of our entire communication system for fire, for law enforcement, for medical emergencies, first responders. And so that was one thing, and then I'm going to X that out. There's been some discussion. I don't know what happened there. Not let me in. Great.
Click use as view only.
Where do you see that? Oh. Thank you. No.
Hit next.
Don't send. Don't send, no. Up, up.
Not you, buddy, sorry.
So that
The no,
underneath the black writing,
right there, yeah. Now accept.
No extra charge, folks.
Done.
So the reason I highlighted the red on this when I first got this about 2 weeks ago, these are possible ways that we could actually put money back into the road fund reserves. I'm not making that recommendation today. We're trying to collect all the data we possibly can. Originally wanted to hear from the elected officials and give them an opportunity to present or just offer some insight, somewhat of a relaxed day, first stage, first phase, if you will. And we have a presentation later on today as well. So that's where we are. And then we've received, the board has a couple of huge documents. And this is the first one. Oh, no. That ain't going to work, is it?
View only, same as before.
And I would encourage anybody to read. This is actually 24 pages. It's about a month old now, but it's still quite appropriate for what all the counties, all the cities are dealing with. And another one I want to do here, we'll minus that one for now, is this one right here. This is the most recent, if it comes up properly. And all this information is available from the Commissioner's office. If anybody wants to get this from the National Association of Counties, have been working very diligently on this whole process. And also, while we're waiting here, the state is going to have substantial funds too, and the county, all the counties are going to want to spend considerable time in, frankly, competing for those funds and making the case for what our top priorities are. So I'll just go down the subheadings here. I think this is the right document. Number one, eligible expenses, support public health response. Some of you might recall that I've always said in, public safety, law enforcement, number one, but it has a new competitor, and that's public health. This is just my opinion, but it's interesting that on this document, this is the first one of 10 options that come up. So I'm going to go through these kind of quickly. This is primarily tied to economic, the negative aspects of what happened with the COVID-19 pandemic, you see right here. But it's also somewhat broad in its acceptance of how the money can be used for long-term economic recovery and growth. And of course, that makes the rural counties particularly happy in a general sense. Premium pay for essential workers, that is, I think, going to be open for our board with discussion. And just simply understanding that, I think, is going to be really important. We had quite a discussion today on trying to get people back to work within our little county, and there's been 1,300 people that have been identified that are eligible for work and are not working. That doesn't mean that all those citizens are getting unemployment, but it is a topic that's generated a lot of interest and concern with citizens throughout the entire country.
Get your mic on.
Am I pretty? Yeah. Can we speak up a little bit, Sheriff? Thank you. Payroll expenses for public health and public safety employees. That's a topic that deserves some discussion. Does public safety automatically likewise represent first responders? Replace public sector revenue loss? That's going to need some definition. I'm not sure if I can read right here, the recovery funds used to replace revenue loss. Does that mean that if you had a bad budget or you had a deficit that you could use the funds? I think that's going to be a real tough area. I don't think that's the intent, but you know, we need to learn all we can first to determine how and where we qualify. Very interested in this. We also had quite a discussion today at our board meeting. Water and sewer infrastructure. Water is going to become a bigger and bigger issue in all of Oregon. And most of our communities need a boost. They need some help. They have water issues. Director Crock has spent quite a bit of time in this, planning director. And I've also done some fairly detailed work in understanding the 100-year water plan for Oregon and what that means for rural Oregon. I don't know if I fully agree that we are in a drought year, but we know something. We know we're in a tough fire season coming up. At least it certainly appears that way right now. But again, just to emphasize a little bit, every community in our county has some water issues that they could use a boost here or there. And everything is going to come to satisfy Salem, everything is going to come to planning for every community. Broadband infrastructure, I think we're making some good progress there through Coos Curry Electric and also to some extent Ziply fiber. Ineligible expenses, we'll need to understand so we don't make decisions there that wouldn't support properly the guidelines. Reporting requirements, that takes a lot of staff time, but part of the process. I think there's only a couple more. Key definitions, we don't need to spend any time on that right now. I think there's one more. No, maybe that was it. Nope, appendix, okay, fair enough. So this is available again to anybody that might have interest in this. I'm sure the cities have received this, and it's tied in with the state somewhat. But essentially, we're dealing directly with the federal government. The money comes straight into the Treasury. So, elected officials, I'd like to hear from you first. We also have 3 comment sheets from the public. Welcome. But does anybody have anything? Sheriff Ward, Assessor Colin, Clerk Colin. Anybody they want to offer? You're welcome to go first. We're taking notes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jim Cullen, Curry County Assessor. And I have to tell you, really all that I've looked at so far on this has been the PowerPoint presentation that was one of the documents that you put up there. I think you said it was 23 pages or whatever. And it's kind of hard to discern from that all the possibilities. I think I'd like to see the Reader's Digest version of this from AOC to give us a better idea of what the monies can and cannot be used for. But it seems like what you're just going through here, it's almost like a sum of money that could be used to give grants with. And so maybe what you'd be looking for is for entities that are interested in these funds to apply for the funds by a certain deadline and then go through all of those applications and determine which of the applications you think are most important to Curry County and fund those with whatever funding is available. That's all that I have for now until I've had a better chance to take a look at it.
Very good. Mr. Rickert, Director.
I just had a quick comment to you, Assessor Cullen. So this document that Commissioner Boyce has put up there, the first 4 page, actually starts on page 2 and goes through page 4. It's a summary of the rest of the document. So this is a pretty good document to look at. It gives you that Reader's Digest version and then the detail.
Thank you.
Page 2 through 4?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Sheriff Ward?
Good morning, Commissioner. Sheriff Ward, Creek County Sheriff's Office. The last meeting we had, we basically explained what the funding we could use for, and not just Sheriff's Office, but for the entire county, first responders, fire departments, ambulance services, law enforcement, whatever. I mean, whatever communication comes out of our dispatch center to the rest of the county is very critical and crucial to our county survival. Communications is key to law enforcement. So we are at all our equipment down in their dispatch center. Let me back up a little bit. We did go through and replace the microwave backbone system, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done with all the repeaters. And I think there's, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around 30-something repeaters that going to have to be replaced because they're all outdated. They're not supported anymore. But what we're asking for the key communications out of our dispatch center is the Gold Elite councils, and so we had a proposal from Day Wireless. We brought it forward through Commissioner Pash to the commissioners, and what I understand was approved, or at least agreed upon. That's about all I have.
Sheriff, wasn't that bill about 700,000?
710,000, somewhere around there.
And that, the best scenario is at least 20 years that would be, you know, there's no guarantee, but that's a reasonable assumption if I recall.
That's exactly true. I mean, everything that we have down there now is, like I say, is all outdated and not supported, and it needs to be updated. It's just a matter of when, not if. It's when it's going to fail. We've already experienced over several years of failures. We just had a pretty good failure here recently, and Day Wireless is able to piece it together. So it's going to have to be replaced one way or the other, and you have the money right now to do it. I would say let's do it without having to raid the road fund to do it eventually.
Sheriff, for the public, could you tie in with the city of Brookings and their dispatch? I mean, how they use what systems and the connection there?
They have their own dispatch center. It's kind of a backup. They can't really dispatch from their area to the rest of the county, but we can dispatch into Brookings. All our 911 calls and systems will, if our system goes down, we can transfer over to Brookings. They can handle the 911 calls and refer them to us, and vice versa.
Commissioner Pash?
Might understand, I think Brookings has the same board that you're looking to put in here.
Yes, they've already upgraded to the new system. So,
Sheriff or Captain, do we get a time frame on that? That'd probably be a 2 or 3 year project, wouldn't it?
Actually, no. When the microwaves came in and we did the microwave backbone, that was a little over a year because of the parts and pieces had to be ordered from out of the country. But this is a system of 3 years?
3 months.
Oh.
They said they could, if I'm correct, Captain, when I spoke to them, they said it would be about 3 months and it would be ready to go.
Right, all the systems are built here in the United States and that it can be installed fairly.
They have them in stock, they said.
Fairly quickly.
So do you have anything else on your, go ahead,
I was
Captain.
going to say which, I know I heard October earlier today, but I actually took the time and read through the whole act. And when you read through the whole act, the whole federal legislation, it lists not just the monies that go to the counties, but it lists all the other monies throughout the whole document where there's 50 billion here and 30 million there, just list after list of every, whether it's homeless coalitions, whether it's workers' comp, whether, or not workers' comp, but whether it's unemployment, whether it's, you name it, if when you read that federal legislation, there is a list or a amount of money that goes towards those through grant programs, whether it's restaurants, just list after list after list. So if you haven't read at the very first page that I think Commissioner Boyce emailed out, there's a letter from the governor or something from the state of Oregon.
10 points, yeah.
There's two little heres that you can click on. But when you click on the first one, it takes you to the federal legislation where you can read the whole thing. And then when you click on the second one, it takes you to the governor's, what she recommends should be done with it. But when you take time to read the whole thing, you'll realize it not only covers what's allowed for the county money, but it also shows this is money that goes towards every other group out there, from competitive grants to everything else. So there's a ton of money out there that has come through this. My only recommendation is, number one, I brought this to you quite some time ago, or the sheriff's office did, because even though, yes, the sheriff's office is bringing it forward, it's not like I said in the meeting, at the commissioners' meeting, it's not like I'm asking for new guns or new toys or new like that. What I'm trying to do is look out for the citizens of the county, and it's like the sheriff said, the system's already been fixed. It's been fixed with spare parts, with used spare parts. It's just like, so it's not, like the sheriff said, it's not if it breaks, it's when it breaks, and there's no more used spare parts available because everything's been crushed and sent to China to be melted down and remade into something else. So that's the problem that we're at. I mean, they don't make spare parts for DeSoto's anymore, and that's what we have. I mean, so, and we've got to take care of that. This was all purchased with it, like I said originally, this was all purchased with a federal grant. We have the opportunity to take care of the county infrastructure, which is specifically allowed in the act to take care of county infrastructure. And yes, there are all kinds of other things that are mentioned, but specifically allowed is county infrastructure. And this is a $718,000, I think is the exact quote, bill that you guys all talk about. The county has financial problems. This is a way to take care of a huge issue facing the county that doesn't directly reflect or doesn't directly come out of the taxpayer's pocket.
Commissioner Herzog.
So thank you.
Question for Phil or John. Have you guys looked into grant funding for this?
There are no other grant programs out there for this.
Okay.
When you look at communication type grants, for what we're asking for, like the state of Oregon every year through the emergency management grants and some of that kind of stuff through FEMA grants, they'll get $2.5 million for those kind of projects. Well, when you're asking for $718,000 of $2.5 million that they have to split up everywhere, they don't fund you. I've tried that, so.
Been there, done that.
So I've written that grant, submitted it, and been denied, so.
So Day Wireless is really the only bidder on this contract.
Okay, so
And
it's a Motorola product,
Yes.
and Day Wireless is the Motorola provider.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And they're our service provider. They're who we have our maintenance contracts with, yes, but it is a Motorola product specific to them, so.
Okay. Anything else, Board? Thank you. Let's go to Planning Director Crockett, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to talk. I'm Becky Crockett, the Curry County Planning Director. I'm going to be very brief here. We solicited input from the Housing Committee on this issue recently, and Commissioner Herzog was there. Really, the emphasis from the committee was to make sure that there was a good public process in which people would have the opportunity to give their opinion on how the money should be spent. There was the discussion about having groups together, special groups, to discuss and solicit input from on how to spend the money. Secondly, in regards to the Housing Committee, Mike Lehman did introduce a person that's working with him. Both Stephanie Hadley as well as Mike Lehman said that any effort by the county to pursue funding for a housing effort, they wanted to help be involved in that, to coordinate that effort with other efforts for housing, specifically workforce housing within Curry County specifically. So I just want to put that out there. If we do put some of the money towards a housing element, there are people ready and willing to help enhance that opportunity for other funding purposes. In the area of housing, specifically for Curry County, we're to the point where we want to look at a specific project with specific land in mind to do workforce housing, and we're at this kind of crux of a place where we really need a project manager to initiate that project and bring it forward to fruition. There's a lot of momentum and a lot of opportunity to make that happen, but we don't have here at Curry County somebody that can pick the reins up to that project and actually deliver it. Just a side note in regards to infrastructure, we have one major sector of infrastructure that's causing a major impediment to development in Curry County. It's in South County. That's the Harbor Sanitary District. They seem to be resistant to expanding their service area. It's causing a lot of potential development to literally be on hold. I have no idea if the county commissioners want to be involved in that politics, but I'm putting that out there as maybe there's the coercion to encourage them to apply for some of this money, which would open up a lot of acreage for development, which we need desperately. That's all.
Thank you.
Question? It's okay. Thank you very much. Committee member and Councilman, Brookings Councilman Alcorn.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Brad Alcorn, Brookings City Council. At Monday's council meeting, this topic was discussed, and in anticipation of this workshop, the council asked me to come and attend the workshop, knowing that you guys will be making some decisions about how the money is going to be spent. We will be doing the same, and the sense I got from the rest of the council was perhaps we can communicate each other's needs and spend the money with the best way that we can for the citizens of this county. So I'm the liaison, as you know, to all of you, and we just want to extend that and make sure that we're available when you guys are. We'd love to sit down and talk, and we're here.
Thank you, Councilman Alcorn. Just so the public knows, what Brookings got what was it? I can't remember now.
I don't know. Lou, do you know?
1.3 is what we're estimating, and we don't get it directly from the Treasury. We have to make mistakes with it. So we haven't gotten anything yet, but they're predicting more.
I did not see you sneak in, or I would have recognized you. Thank you for being here. Okay, that helps. That helps.
So hopefully we can all get together and talk in the future.
Hey, thanks for that offer and that reminder. Very good. Did you have something?
Just prioritize and...
Good.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good. And then I did not see County Treasurer David Barnes. Welcome.
Thank you, County Treasurer Dave Barnes. It took an awful lot to get this money here. The process for signing up for it was 3 days of my time. It was really a brutal process. But last week we received $2,226,456 as our first installment of the ARP money. I've read through the paperwork like Captain McDonald, bless you for having done so. It's an amazingly difficult read, but I have also read through all the paperwork. And while I understand the desire to go for bigger projects, I believe it was item number 2 is helping out the community itself. And one of the things that I've done in that vein is I would like to see the people. This morning in the committee meeting, the board discussed a $1,000 bonus for people going back to work. And I mentioned something then, and I'd like to expound on a little bit more now. I'd like to see some of this money used to give a bonus to the people who've stayed at work. You know, we have approximately 800 people, 700 people who work in our food stores and our gas stations in this county. You know, they've gone to work every day and they've served the people who have been collecting unemployment plus the extra benefits. But they've gone to work every day. They haven't gotten anything extra. You know, they've gotten the same stimulus checks that everybody else has gotten. You know, I'd like to see a part of this money set into a pool to be divided up amongst people like that. You know, there's so many people that are working in the county right now that I would like to see part of it, Group A and a Group B, where we give some out of the first half, and when we get the rest of the money from the government in December, we give something to the rest of the people. I strongly believe in the sheriff's communications issue. You know, that is an infrastructure project that will affect and benefit everybody in this county. It's $710,000. If we take that and divide it in 2, so if we could make 2 payments on that, it would be $320,000 out of each one of our installments. That would leave a total of $1.866 million left to distribute amongst other people and other groups. I don't think this is the right time for suggestions on that, but one of the things that we're going to discuss later when you go back to the business meeting is the formation of a stakeholder group. And besides just getting input from people about what type of things we should be allocating this money for. I know that it's the board's final decision on where the money goes to, but I would like to see the group, a stakeholders group put together that could make reckoning and decide where this money gets allocated. I've been reading a lot on, I call it OCTFO. It's the Oregon Association of County Treasurers and Finance Officers. And there's been a lot of chatter on there about what people are doing for this and how they want to allocate it. And there's as many different, there's something in every column somebody wants to allocate to. Our state senators all got $4 million each to allocate within their own districts. Our representatives got $2 million each. From what I read, Senator Seldom Hurd is allocating all of his money to projects in Coos and Douglas County. None of it is coming to Curry. I saw that Representative Smith is allocating a large portion of his to a project in Bandon to redo the docks up there. So I would like to see what other money is available to bring in. As we said, you know, there's a synergy that can be gained. There's an economies of scale that can be gained if we can help out the city of Brookings and the city of Brookings can help out the county. If we can help out Gold Beach and Gold Beach can help out the county. Same with North County. There's a lot of money here, and this is the one time that I think it's really time for everybody to set politics aside and come together at the table and do what's best for this county and the most people that we can in it. We have 2/3 of our residents, I believe, are retired, which leaves about 7,000 people part of the workforce. If we can give money to the 700 or 800 who work in retail and in different stores, that's 10% of our workforce that we're helping out right away. You know, I went over to McKay's and I spoke to the people over there yesterday, mentioned it to them. I was asking to get a ballpark figure on numbers so I would know how much it would cost. And when I was done talking to them, one of the women who works over there got up and said, "Can I give you a hug?" You know, it's just, that would be the greatest thing for us. I was on the phone yesterday with the CEO of McKay's. I've been in touch with the people down at Fred Meyer's. And this would be something that would be huge for their people, be able to give all of their employees who've come to work. Like I said, every day they've dealt with the abuse, they've dealt with the people, and they've been serving the people who've been collecting unemployment. So, you know, we get this money now, we get another installment in December, and I'd really like to urge putting together a committee to talk about this, to put together an application process, and to be able to move forward with it all together for, you know, finally, you know.
You know, I've had people express to me concern that it would be political and depending on who the commissioners appointed. So I appreciate that you mentioned you want to be on guard for that, and I think that's highly important. But I did have one more question, and that was, and I'm pretty sure what your answer will be, in your in-depth reading, do you feel like there's no wiggle room for a rainy day fund or a reserve fund?
I've seen.
It's a little confusing, isn't it?
When it came up before, I noticed on one of the printouts that it says there is money for a rainy day fund, but then I saw another, the most recent one that came out, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, says that a rainy day fund is not something that would be acceptable. And my own personal opinion on it, this is meant to be money that we get back into the community to help the community. And I think that putting it away in a rainy day fund defeats the purpose, the true purpose of the money, which is to help out the community, help out the people in need, help with our infrastructure projects and things like that. So I would shy away from a rainy day fund, but I don't have a vote on that one.
So one word, investment. Can I ask you what's the first thing that comes to your mind? And you may have already communicated that in your recommendation for consideration to, I guess it would be bonus pay to people that stayed working. But if this county was to invest in something for the long-term future, assuming and presuming it comes under the guidelines, what would your initial thought be on that? I won't hold you to it because this is something we're going to be working on over time.
Of course. My first thought would be to the sheriff's communication issues. They have problems on their towers, they have problems with their communications, and that affects everybody in this county. 3 years ago, during the Chetco Bar fire, I got phone calls from the sheriff's communications system when the fire reached up as far as Pistol River, I believe.
Pretty close.
You know, when it got to be within 10 or 15 miles of my house, I got the first phone calls from the sheriff's communications system, that letting me know that the fire was at this point. So, you know, that's hugely critical to everybody in this county, especially as fires is a way of life out on the West Coast. So the second thing that I think is almost equally as important is that all of the districts with water issues, I believe, you know, if we can do something for the water issues. I was real happy to hear you guys this morning commit to $10,000 to Langlois Water to get that project up and running. You know, there's a lot. If you can put in $10,000 and get $3 million project out of it, hooray, you won. You know, there's no beating that one. So projects like that, yes. Those are the infrastructure projects I have in mind right now. I don't know enough about other issues that we're facing with our infrastructure. I just heard Becky mention the sewage issue down with Harbor Sand and not wanting to expand anymore down there. Perhaps we could, you know, somebody could open a conversation with them about it and see if there's something that could be done on that side to open that up. But then again, like I said, my favoritism leans towards helping out the people who have been there, the essential people, the people who have fed us, who have gassed our cars, who have sold us clothing over the last year. You know, the ones that have kept going to work when they could have very easily gotten out of work, collected unemployment, gotten the unemployment kicker, and be making more than they were making when they were on the job. Okay. So, you know, I'd really...
Herzog, do you have anything?
No. I agree.
Okay. Thank you very much. Who am I overlooking here? We have 3 3 people. Connie Hunter, welcome. We have 3 people for public comment. Who else am I? Okay. Diana Cooper, you're first, please.
Thank you. Oh, hopefully that doesn't fall. So I also looked over a lot of that online, and I just wanted to kind of echo a little bit actually of what Barnes said, about what Dave said. So I think the American Rescue Plan funds will expedite our exit from the pandemic if we use the money wisely, but also, you know, if we use it kind of boldly in a way that maybe some of our other funding hasn't been used or hasn't been allowed to be used. So one, we do need to work together. The less restricted funds will go much further if we match them with state and federal restricted funding. For example, the county could use some of the funding to build affordable housing and match this with state funding. That's happened in Yamhill County. And they matched some of the state dollars to purchase housing with their county funding, or they are in the process of that, for operational costs. Number 2, I think it's imperative that we hear from more of the community about their priorities and needs before we set things in motion, as governments tend to do. So effective spending happens when representatives from various sectors are present, and I would encourage the Board of Commissioners to put together a survey or kind of what Dave was talking about, putting together a group of stakeholders and to kind of understand what's actually needed by the community before the spending happens. We need to help the most vulnerable now before the problem grows beyond our local control, as we've seen in multiple areas, including Medford, Portland, Salem, having issues, with not just people without housing, but people who are essential workers struggling. I think that we have a moral mandate to build a societal safety net, and helping the most vulnerable is a good start. Curry County currently doesn't have a single shelter in operation, and I think aside from that, as far as workers, the American Rescue Plan can provide a down payment on improved wages for essential workers who show up to work every day. As Dave said, those that have been putting fuel in our cars and making our sandwiches and helping us with our groceries. And they shouldn't have to spend their entire shift worrying about the cost of living. The effects of wage inequality locally, coupled with the housing crisis, have meant more people losing their housing, struggling with anxiety, depression, relapses, domestic violence, and creating barriers for individuals and families who are trying to work and live in our community. Number 4, investing in infrastructure. If preparedness for disaster wasn't a priority before, it should be now. Rebuilding water systems, increasing access to internet, communications, all of that. So we should be helping residents now and also investing this money for a better future. This means we need more input. We also need to be bold with the funding and match it and stretch it. There is a lot of federal funding coming down, and I think having an application process and matching these with federal dollars or state dollars would make it stretch and go a lot farther.
Ms. Cooper, always good to see you, and I apologize for not properly recognizing you, Director of the Brookings Corps Response Team.
Thank you.
New organization that is doing some wonderful things in South County. Thank you. Good to have you here. Dallas Ott, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, you got to adjust the microphone each time you come up.
Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Dallas Ott. I'd like to share with you my experiences with the housing crisis. A little bit about me first. I grew up in Southern Oregon. Had to leave when Mount St. Helens blew, and my family had to move to Washington to help clean up the mountain. Always hoped I'd make it back. Always considered Southern Oregon my home. I worked really hard through life. Did not end up where I ended up when I moved to Curry County. Sorry. I worked through college full-time, went to school full-time at night, did National Guard on the weekends, did ROTC on the weekends, and that's how I paid for my Bachelor of Science right before I was deployed to the Persian Gulf. Came back, combat wounded veteran, went and got my master's in business, got my master's in teaching, went and worked for National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, ran an agency there that rationalized the halibut and sable fisheries. Worked for USDA doing grants and loans for rural communities, such as ours. And had a federal contract that fed the soldiers at Fort Lewis. Worked really hard here after a divorce, wanted to heal. Could not find a place to live except for a room in a home out in the country with drug dealers living on the property who would come into my room when I wasn't there. And it's a good thing they didn't come in when I was there. Eventually, I found a place to live where I lived for 3 years without heat until I finally found a house by the grace of God because I was 2 weeks from being homeless. I share this with you because if this can happen to me, it can happen to any of us, and it is happening to a lot of people in our community. You cannot have a healthy community without healthy citizens who are working. And they can't work if they can't afford to live here. So we are losing a qualified workforce in this community. They cannot find housing. So I plead with you to keep this in mind when you are looking at resources for our community. We are losing folks out of our community. We are having people who are homeless. I was almost homeless. I lived in terrible conditions until I finally found a place. It's humbling. It's humbling to spend your life working so you're going to have security, so that you're going to have a roof over your head. It was very scary. And I see a lot of people in our community who are desperate, trying to figure this out, trying to figure out how to earn enough money. Even if they make money, they still have to find a place. Even if there's a place on the market, which is rare, to be able to afford that and qualify for it, it's a crisis in this community, and I really want to enforce that to you, that you cannot have a healthy community unless you have healthy citizens, and you can't have healthy citizens if they don't have a place to live. Please take the roadblocks away, the red tape away. I have a house with a property. I could put a tiny house in the back, but all I've heard is why I can't do that. Why I can't do that, because I've got to pay this, and I got to do this, and I got to do this. Figure this out, okay, because this crisis is here, and it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. We've got to deal with it. Let's get together and make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ott.
Sure.
Yes.
On that note, I would say since I've been a commissioner, probably has been brought up to me more than any other topic in this county is not only the housing shortage, but people being homeless because they cannot find a dwelling in this county that they can afford. And I just had another call the other day from someone wanting, I mean, they just said, we just moved, I just came here because of a divorce, and I'm going to be homeless if I can't find a place in the next 3 days. And it's the biggest thing that I've had people talk to me about since I've been in office.
Ms. Ott, wonderful to have you here, and you use the word crisis, and that, I don't think you find anybody who would disagree with that as an improper statement. I've been here 4 years, and it comes up all the time, and the biggest frustration we have is probably dealing with land use planning at the state level, and then just the sheer fact of buildable lands that we don't have to change that process. But I think our housing committee that we put together about 2 months ago or a little more, is really doing some good work, and we are aware and really appreciate you being here, and I think this board is willing to do the hard work. Dan Sherman, please.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you. Everybody's pretty much said, I guess, what needs to be said, which is that we have a housing crisis here. It is my understanding that one of the things you can do with this money is to essentially waive the system development fees. I understand that can run like $20,000, $30,000, which if you're putting in a tiny home, man, that's a big chunk of change to have to lay down. And Dallas was talking about she's been told why she can't do it, why she can't do it, why she can't. This is one of the reasons why you can't do it. It's because it's just financially prohibitive. So what I would like to suggest is that you consider using some of these funds to essentially waive the system development fees and provide encouragement for people, for builders to come in and build, for people like Dallas to put something else on their property. That would be a simple thing to do. You don't lose any money. It's not like you're losing the fees. You're being reimbursed by the COVID money. And it's a win-win-win situation. The construction is a win. The property owner is a win. A workforce worker comes in who can find affordable housing. That's a win. Everybody wins. And so that's really my only point. Let's use some of the money to waive the system development fees so that we can make this affordable. That's the key word, affordable. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Commissioner Herzog.
We spoke on that, and Becky could add to this too. We had, in our last housing committee meeting, we spoke on that. And you know, the thing about that, Mr. Sherman, is, yeah, I would like to, I want to see, you know, being able to, on your own land, do something, but there also, and Brad can probably speak to this as a city councilor, and they might be exorbitant, and they could be reduced, but whatever we do, we're gonna have more, well, you know, crap goes downhill. So that everything we do is going to accentuate the sewer, water usage. So, I mean, and I don't know, Mr. Alcorn, if you could speak to systems development. Do you know what it is for Brookings right now, or Becky, do you?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to answer.
No, I don't know exactly what it is right now.
I was going to say, the county doesn't really have system development fees. Most of the system development fees that seem prohibitive for people are coming out of the Harbor Sanitary District in the city of Brookings. And it's a really good point. The Harbor Sanitary District fees are really problematic for a lot of people, and that has put people on the street, literally, because they couldn't pay the fees.
Do you have any idea what those...
My understanding is that a hookup is $16,000.
Just to hook up to
Just
the
to
city?
hook up.
To
Yeah.
sewer.
And they charge an additional fee if you have an accessory dwelling unit, so there's 2 fees. And that is a potential utilization of the money, is to waive the fees. The city of Portland did waive system development fees for sewage treatment for a while for their ADUs. So it is something of consideration for the Harbor Sanitary District and the city of Brookings.
Can you define that ADU for folks?
I'm sorry, accessory dwelling unit.
And those will be legal by the end of the year, correct? That law passes later this fall?
The law that's hopefully going to pass by the legislature would allow accessory dwelling units outside the urban growth boundary on rural residential zone land, provided the county adopts an ordinance to allow that. Inside the urban growth boundary, accessory dwelling units are allowed outright by law.
Thanks, Becky.
Thank you. We have about 5 minutes. Hang on one second. Before anybody leaves here that's part of the citizenry, if you would be interested in serving on our advisory committee, stakeholders committee, the application process, I can promise you, will be easy to find on the county website. May not be right now, but this is assuming the board approves that later today, and I assume that they will. we need you to be involved if you can. 5 minutes, Captain McDonald, come on up, please.
Actually, I'm just going to say my name's Phil McDonald. I live in the city of Gold Beach, and I'm currently building an ADU on my property for my mother and father-in-law. The city of Gold Beach actually waives the hookup fees if you tie into your existing water and sewer. And so you have to, and they have just a very brief plan review. It doesn't cost you $16,000. Now, if you want a whole new hookup, you have to pay the hookup fees, but there are ways. So like I said, in Gold Beach right now, they are promoting people to do this, and like I said, I'm currently building one right now. So it's doable, and the fees can be waived. I just, as a citizen, I wanted to throw that out, even though I'm dressed like something else. So,
Thank you.
Good info.
Connie, you want to come up real quick, please?
Planning Director Becky is wonderful to work with on the Housing Committee. And I told her I would come, and if she left something out, I would speak. She didn't leave anything out, by the way, so I'm speaking as a private citizen. One of the things that came up and has come up for a number of times is a piece of infrastructure that sits outside of Lone Ranch. I think there's about a $10 million price tag to put in the water and sewer system. I'm not sure all the details of what that would be, but without that, of course, we can't build the housing that needs to be built in that area near the college. And at one point in time, Rio Tinto was talking about how they could do that, and there was some conversation with the city of Brookings regarding that. Well, if the city of Brookings could come up with a way to get that funded, then that would move Rio Tinto to actually maybe do something or to allow that development. But I just know that's another critical piece of infrastructure that if it's not in place, it really stops our ability to provide housing. And one of the things that Rio Tinto is interested in doing is considering another piece of property, it's my understanding, to be used and maybe even donated for affordable housing. Thank you.
Mr. Herzog.
Does anybody know, like, Rainbow Rock Condos is just south of the college. The college is probably are they on a septic, or are they a septic system, or, because I think the condos, the Rainbow Rock condos, have their sewage and water, they have a little, no? Yes, no?
It's my understanding that and I don't know if it's on a septic system or not at the college, but I know that there's a piece of infrastructure that has to do with water and sewer, it's my understanding, memory serves, that needs to be in place in order to get that infrastructure to work inside that buildable area. So, of course, Janelle Howard can give you more information on that, or Gary Milliman, but I know that's something that I personally reached out to USDA Rural Development and went up to Bend to a USDA Rural Development training a few years ago. In fact, Director Schmelzer went as well. And we found a grant. The problem was some of the criteria that the city of Brookings did not meet on its own. So I don't know the details of that. Of course, this brings up to me another piece of the puzzle that we don't have in place, just as far as organizational infrastructure within the county, and that has to do with the Council of Governments, to really look at that. But I'm definitely in favor of having a stakeholders group to talk about how we can spend this money. Every idea that has come forward here today and every suggestion has its own kind of validity, and we just need to prioritize those things. And I think a stakeholders committee would provide that structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to have you here. Mr. Sherman, I got one comment from a citizen earlier today quickly. I'd like to see a portion of city development and utility hookup fees waived for affordable housing construction, plus maybe some grants to ease construction cost. It's the biggest obstacle to our community when teachers, doctors, and others can't find affordable housing in order to provide essential work. And then that's basically the, crux of their Assessor Cullen.
Assessor Cullen, can you repeat that?
Assessor Cullen?
Assessor Cullen, can you repeat that? 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 Assessor Cullen, can you repeat that?
So I'm not sure when people say having fees waived, if that's really what they're asking for, and I'd hope not, because you know, I don't think any of the water or sanitary districts are getting rich off their hookup fees or anything. They're dealing with aging infrastructure, and those hookup fees are one of the ways that they help keep their monthly rates lower by, you know, charging fees to new hookups onto their system. So I think that I heard one of the people say that not necessarily waive the fees, but use a portion of the money to help pay those fees for affordable housing, which seems like a pretty reasonable request, as opposed to just looking at the districts and asking them to waive their fees. Because they have expenses and they need to be able to take care of those. And every new home on a system, whether it's a water or sewage disposal system, that creates additional costs for the system. So, you know, I don't think that there's any of those water or sewer districts out there that are really rich and maybe can afford that sort of benevolence.
Thank you, Assessor Cullen. You got to go up to the microphone, please. Yeah, come on. Thank you. Last call. Director Crockett.
Thank you. I just want to say that there currently is a request in Commissioner Herzog's in-basket today to link up with Janelle to invite her to the next Housing Committee meeting to talk about this very issue. How do we move forward with the Borax property, and is it a possibility in a reasonable manner to provide housing?
Thank you again. Commissioner Pash.
I would just also like to ask, you know, these are funds, and we've got a number here of 4.4 million. It might be nice to get in touch with all of our state, you know, federal senators and Congress, and our state reps and senator as well, and find out exactly what they've been allocated and how much money they're going to put into Curry County. I mean, if we've got you know, Senator Wyden's office or Senator Merkley's office, I heard is getting $4 million each, and I'm not sure I heard that correctly.
State senators.
Well, yeah. I understand that there was some federal money going as well.
It was, the state senators are getting $4 million each, and the state representatives got $2 million each.
Okay.
I don't know about Wyden. I don't know about the federal level people.
Okay, I'm sorry. But anyways,
it's through the ARP plan. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
To contact them and ask them, you know, okay, we're going to be spending those dollars, and how much of that's going to be coming to Curry County, because now we may.
The only thing I would offer there is the only thing that comes directly from the federal government, U.S. Treasury, directly to the local government, cities and counties, is the ARP plan. Everything else is a pass-through through the state to the counties. So, but we do, I think your point is we have to compete at all levels and be well advised in all this. So, last call. Thank you all very much. We're going to go to the next. Anybody else? Did you see there? Okay. I saw a hand raised there. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to item 3B, hearing room media needs. Director Rickert.
Okay, so Commissioner Presh brought this up some time ago about a few of the needs in this room, so I started working on it with Eric and Miranda to find out what some of our options are for
the problem even further. Today, we had to fix microphones a couple different times, and I went on the computer during our lunch hour to see how the video played for the military thing. You couldn't hear it. Through most of it, you had to turn the sound on the computer up to 90 to hear it. So these are all issues that could be solved by a new system here, and it's just sad that anyone that was sitting at home that wanted to hear that and remember a veteran couldn't hear that presentation.
And to that point, maybe we start off with the mixers, which Eric has some information on. And
There's Miranda.
She's trying to get away.
Hi. We're all glad to see you both.
Yep. Eric Feliciano. Yeah, well, on that point, that's something that we just had another meeting yesterday or 2 days ago over the phone, and I brought that up. That's a major issue that we haven't even really started discussing yet, and it's kind of separate from the recommendations we have. But that whole system that we use for the web conferencing and for playing videos and monitoring that it's just not, it doesn't work. Anytime we have web conferencing and we don't have a direct sound source, it's not compatible with the system. That company wasn't even aware of that model last time I tried calling them last year. But anyway, that's maybe for next time. As far as the recommendations today, we've talked about, and I have the email up here, we've talked about a couple of recommendations for, first of all, getting the mixer out of the hearing room and into the production office, and that would solve a lot of just, it'd make things a lot smoother just on the fly. Somebody goes up to a microphone and they're speaking more softly or they're speaking loudly, I could just, at the push of the turn of a knob, we could have that solved. It's, a lot of times what's happening in here and what I'm hearing in there is different. And, like for example, today when we had the echo, I wasn't aware of it until you said it. Everything sounded good on my end. So, there's certain things like that that would help a lot getting the mixer into the production office. We talked about the costs associated with that, and I think we're looking at somewhere between $500 and $1,000. And it's pretty much purchasing some cabling, a couple units so that, those would be compatible with the Snake. And, that's a cheaper alternative to purchasing new mixers, which could potentially be, $2,000 plus, something like that. And these work pretty well. A lot of times it's just a matter of dealing with inconsistencies with volume, different mics, and so on. So that's something that I'd strongly recommend, is getting this system into the production room with the rest of the equipment. We had the topic of the microphones, and Commissioner Pash, you'd mentioned that, every other hearing room that you go to, you see the tabletop mics. So I priced those out, and basically to get 5 of them, we're looking at probably around the same, 500 to 1,000, including installation. That's kind of the, depending on what type of bass we go with and all that, that's the sort of variable. We can get cheaper ones, but they're battery powered. So that's not going to work, because that's going to open up a whole other range of issues. And I wouldn't have any strong recommendation for whether either for or against it. I think they'll work. I think they'll work fine. Keeping these, they work sometimes when they're on, So I would leave that up to the board to decide if you'd like to try the new system. There wouldn't be any major extra costs associated with it. The install and all that should be pretty easy. And same with moving the mixer. I could do that on myself, maybe with the help of, and I mentioned to Brad, some maintenance. We might have to push up some panels and stuff like that, running cables, but again, we wouldn't have to bring anyone in from outside. And I think that's...
Mr. Pash?
Well, a couple things. I'm wondering also on the microphones, you could do a remote plug-in on the wall, and, same thing as here, go up with a cable to the other room, and that way that stand could even have one as well. And you could unplug it to move that if you need to. Do you have a budget a number, in mind, and what do you think the total cost of this will be? And I understand we've got about 40,000 in PEG funds on this, am I correct?
Yeah, we do. Miranda Feige, Economic Development Assistant. So we do have about 40,000 in PEG, which of course is used for, capital cost improvement for producing the meetings to go onto the channel. So the overall cost, we're probably looking, because we do have to update a server, and that server right now is priced at $6,100. We actually have the server in our production room. It was meant for a different purpose. I wasn't really trained on that server specifically, so it's been sort of touch and go on trying to figure that out. But I did contact the manufacturer for that server, and they can upgrade the server to play out, which is what we have our other servers doing. However, those ones are about six years old, going on 7 years old. They're out of date. They won't take any more production videos. When I put new production videos on, taking them off, it leaves a data footprint. It sort of convolutes the whole system, and then the system crashes. So for the last 30 days, unfortunately, I haven't put any of our new meetings up. They are always available on YouTube, so we do make sure that people know where to go to see them. But as far as playing them out, we're playing what we've produced before, so we don't have anything new on right now. So that's the most important need right now. Obviously, all this other stuff is right there with it. It just needs upgrade. Moore's law when it comes to technology updates every 14 months. So we're constantly having to go with where technology is going. I think, overall, we're probably not going to spend more than like $10,000 for upgrades. And that, like I said, that doesn't include the audio system. The audio system is a whole nother issue that we haven't really touched base on, but that's going to need updating. They don't manufacture either the phone system or the sound bar and the actual digital camera. So those aren't even in production anymore, and they don't actually support them. So we do have to find something that will work, because what we have right here is like a little switchboard. We have several different things that are actually doing several on and off switches. So if we're coming in here and we're turning on the video, it's because we're going to do some sort of play out with our meetings that are on that computer. And we can't turn either of those on without this little white overhead system, which is also set up to switch between things. So right now, that's probably going to be the most to actually upgrade. We're going to need someone who's an IT professional to come in here. I've asked Phil to take a look, and he said it probably will cost a lot because all that. And we also have to keep in mind, we will be at some point going from GoToMeetings to Microsoft Teams. And there are systems out there that do online meetings and whatnot that do the same sort of purpose as these digital cameras, but they're specifically for Microsoft Teams. So that's where we want to go eventually. But right now, we're looking at a server, microphones, I think some odds and ends like cords and whatnot.
Mike.
Yeah. So that, generally, we're looking about $10,000. We will have to buy the support for the server, because we'll have to get trained on that really quickly on how to load to that server specifically.
Commissioner Herzog.
Is there any way we could do like an itemized sheet and look at that on the 9th of June, the next board meeting? We could have a,
So, and it's really only a couple items. So you got the server, which you said was
$6,100 to upgrade it.
$6,100 for the server. The mixers, $1,000 for the move. The mics was about $500 to $1,000 if we decide to do that. With the mics, it's really pros and cons, from what I understand. These mics work great. You have to put them on. The stand mic, they work great, but they can get in the way. So you can still bump them, make a loud noise. You could turn them off for whatever reason, forget to turn them back on. But that's, I guess, really what the board needs to decide. Do we want to change the microphones out and try something different? Or do we just go with the mixer move and the new channel server, or the new server? And then the other thing we looked at that Commissioner Pash had brought up was some type of recording software, or more of a dictation software. It was brought up that For the Record would record all that stuff, everything that is being said in here. But as Miranda and Eric looked into it a little bit more, it doesn't do that. But there are plenty of other options on the market available that do that. Some of the advantages are that it would record, it would dictate everything being said, and it's smart enough to know that I'm talking and then you're talking, and it will put your name on that. Now, that would mean that we're moving away from minutes and going toward a full transcript of our meetings. But again, there's advantages and disadvantages to that. Advantage being now JJ's 8 hours or more of JJ's time every week is freed up to do other things. Disadvantage is we don't have a summary of what went on. You have a full transcript, which
Pages and pages.
yes. So those are a couple of things for you guys to decide what you want to do. The mics, dictation software, and then of course the other two items.
Yes, sir.
I don't mind this mic. I don't think Chris likes it. Can I have this and Chris have a stand mic? Is that?
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. I mean, it really is going to be up to, the individual's preference, obviously. And, there's pros and cons to this, and like we've talked about the pros and cons to this. You'll hear this on the mic, rather than it being up here, because that's all, it's a directional mic. So there are some pros and cons. It's just up to you guys how you want to proceed, and we'll certainly make those changes.
Mr. Pash?
I'd like to say, I mean, and on the mics that I'm talking about, you don't have to have the tabletops. You can actually have them mounted right to this.
Yeah, they would be mounted to the very top of the
nice part to them is if you're going to
desks.
cough or sneeze, you just touch it, and it shuts off, and you can see there's a big red dot in front of you, so you know it's off. And when it's on, it's green. It's really simple to operate. I don't know how much money we spend a year in batteries on this thing.
Oh, I'm quite.
And like you say,
quite
some of
sure
the
it's
sounds
on.
that we don't get.
Oh, they're phantom powered.
Yeah, those are powered
Okay.
directly from the mixer.
Okay.
So would the gooseneck mics.
Okay.
Okay.
So anyway, I mean, for me, I think the boom, these mics are great, and I think they would be great on that too. I mean, those are self-adjusting as well, but again, I'm always seeing you guys running and putting batteries in those things where you
these
have a
ones
hard line, no
run a
more
lot.
of that, and you can just take the thing and move it around just like those, and as a red and a green light, and I don't know, for the $500 or $800 it's going to cost for them. I don't know if you want to do a couple of them to start and see how they go. That's fine. I'd be okay
And
with that.
to be fair,
too.
most municipalities have those type of microphones where you're controlling the on and off switch in front of you.
Is there any way we can just do away with public meetings?
Well.
You just talk.
I want to ask just about, you mentioned the mixer and the server as being a couple of, the high priorities.
Mhm.
Did I miss it on the mixer? Is that something that if we upgraded now, that it would probably be technologically sound for a few years? I mean, who knows for sure, but...
It will, and it's also, I think it'll be less distraction as well. Sometimes we'll get comments that, people can't hear and whatnot, but it is that distinction that, the mixing agent's in here, and we're in there listening, or we're in our office listening. So it'll save on the adjustment, the time adjustment. He can immediately make that adjustment there.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
About that, so when I was pricing things out and putting the list together for Brad, I was looking at these mixers, and they're still in production. They have a newer version of them that has wireless capabilities, but it's more or less the same thing. And they're still selling for over $1,000, probably about the same price as they had purchased them, which must have been, 4 or 5 years ago or something like that. So assuming it doesn't just fail, like it won't turn on someday, then I think we'll get a lot of life out of those mixers. Things like that should last pretty long time. The only issue we've had lately was a couple of times that the actual cables in the back were loose, because these mics are sort of hardwired, and that's just a matter of going in there and redoing it. But to answer your question, I think
yes.
I don't think we would really be needing to replace these anytime soon. One thing I kind of just want to put out there for the future, along with the audio system, is the speaker system in here. We kind of have an issue where even if we have the volume up all the way, we're limited by how much volume we have in the room here. We don't need a lot of volume. We can hear ourselves pretty well in here, but out there, it's even at the max, it's not really loud enough. And the only way to really make it louder is to turn everything up in the room at the point where it's too much noise in here, just so there's enough room, enough noise out there. Looking into solutions for that, how we'll have to maybe get another mixer, something like that, to divert the signal and have a separate, the source goes out there separately than what's in here. So there's things like that as far as just day-to-day improving the quality of the presentations and the experience for the public, there's things like that ultimately I don't think the cost would be very much. For example, to get that solved, again, would probably be under $1,000, maybe more so around $500. It's just a matter of looking into it and figuring out how to integrate it into what we have now.
So the mixer, would that take care of the in-hearing room and the hallway sound?
Well, there would be different ways that we can solve that problem, but it's not really something that I've looked into actively yet. But just wanted to put that out there. If the board is interested, we can, if maybe we do this again in a few months or something like that, we can get that on the list as well. I think that obviously it's not a major priority, but I really think we should take care of that, because almost every time we turn the speakers up, I get somebody that says, "Hey, can you turn it up?" Not really, it's
both nodding your head, so that's good. Commissioner Herzog?
So we have to have a speaker out in the hallway?
Mm-hmm. It's only one time
for
a year.
overflow.
Yeah, it's an overflow situation.
It's not often, but there are times when we need that capability.
Because we've got a lot of space right up here. We could set them on the floor.
So I don't really want to be in a hurry on this, and I'm with Commissioner Herzog. I'd like to see a simple itemized deal, not to give you more work or headaches, but I think that would be good for the public and make sure that we're pretty open and transparent. Very happy, thankful that we have the funds to do this. I want to keep my microphone the way it is, just because it's hands-free, but that's just me. So for what that's worth, just got to remember to put it on my tie, of course. So what else do we have on this board before we go to break and come back?
Well, are we going to bring back, so on the 9th, we're going to bring back a discussion and possibly an action item on this for the 9th?
Yeah.
When they present?
If that's not rushing you, I've been impressed that you've got it done today, and this been going off and on for 3 or 4 months.
I think we can absolutely put that itemized list together and get an action item for you on the 9th.
And then you got the must and the wants. Okay? Maybe they're all under the must category. And Eric, you had something a minute ago, and I think I talked over you there.
Oh, really? The only other, I was just going to mention a possible solution to the hallway situation would be maybe even sending one of these speakers out there, or because we talked about that. Yeah. That it's pretty rare. I think it happened today actually, but it's very rare that somebody would be sitting in the back and say, hey, "Can you speak up? I can't hear." So it seems like these are kind of doing their job, but I don't know how much you guys need to have that speaker there, for example. I don't know.
Do you get a lot of feedback when you're sitting up there?
That's the first time I've seen it in the 4+ years I've been here. The feedback, yeah. So if you're
For
going
the
to
echo?
move.
Today? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
yeah,
one.
that was,
That was that
I went to
monitor,
mute, I went to mute this one, and it somehow unmuted that screen, so.
So if you're going to move speakers, include a new drill gun in your budget, okay? We won't tell facilities and maintenance.
It's good to have two for the different bits, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and then again, I don't know about the costs that would be associated with the install, and if maintenance, in the past, there's been little things that I've done that, you know, maintenance would just come in and help me out with, so I can't imagine it would be too much of an issue.
We'll put it all together and have it as an action item on the 9th.
Very good. We've got a clear understanding there. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate you both very much. Let's have everybody meet back here at a little after 3:30, please.
I think we're on.
We're back on. Curry County Board of Commissioners, May 26, 2021. Workshop. It is 3:35 in the afternoon. Next item is Agenda 3C, Curry County Fleet-Wide Vehicle Management. Our workshop. Mr. Orford, we want to welcome you back. We had you here, I think, 2 years ago. And boy, a lot has changed in our country and with vehicles and demand and all the above. So it's been great to work with you, and yeah, you didn't have to drive down from Portland this time. So welcome.
Might be an internet issue on his end.
Oh. Wiggle your little finger if you can hear us.
Would be an internet issue, most likely on his side. We don't tend to lose stuff.
There, yeah, you can see him starting to move. That's his end. Ryan, could you do us a favor and shut your video off and use your microphone, and that'll speed up the signal. I know that works in other meetings that I'm on.
Sometimes it works.
Until Beacon Broadband comes.
Could ask him to phone in.
Hang on one second, guys.
Even Beacon Broadband won't help it if it's on his end.
No, that's true. We're good, but we're not that good.
What's that?
We're good, but not that good. Is he in Portland?
Mm-hmm.
Man, he should have good internet. You'd think.
Yeah, if he'd shut his camera off and just use the audio, it would work. That might be him calling in.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I dialed in.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work, because your video's using up a lot of your speed is what it is. Okay. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm trying to exit out of the go to meet, you don't hear that.
Okay.
It's completely crashed my computer, I'm sorry, guys.
Your audio is actually fine. We could do the screen share from this end if that helps, but I don't know if you'd be able to see it or not.
Yeah, you just go.
Or are you picking up our audio?
I'm picking up your audio just fine. I just want to make sure you can hear me on my end. I don't hear an echo, so I'll just dial in from here and just have a conversation. And I did send you over the slide deck, so I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at it or not.
Well, sorry about that, but we can bring it up on our screen. Or we can postpone until the 9th if that helps, till we get the systems synced up here.
I mean, no, I think it's okay. We can start from here. My main goal of this entire conversation is, first off, let me start by saying thank you for having me back, Commissioner Boyce. I know it's been a couple of years since we last connected, and we've been talking off and on, and so I appreciate the opportunity to come back and have a conversation with you all.
Welcome back.
Can you hear me okay there?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so, just in conversations with Mr. Boyd over the last couple of years, I really wanted to use this opportunity to come back in and just have an open conversation with you all. I recommended a work session, so we can just have an open conversation about the fleet, what you're all looking to do with your fleet, some of the things that we might be able to help you out with. And since it's been a while, I want to provide you all with a high-level overview of our services, what we do, and who we work with.
Doing fine.
Awesome. Before I get too far into it, though, I know we're kind of set for time here, so I'll move pretty quickly. But, Commissioner Boyce, can you give me some background of what, kind of what's going on with the fleet today, what you all are looking to get out of this meeting, and just want to make sure I address everything that you have questions on maybe.
Well, just ways that the county can save money. Economic running vehicles, help us assess where the value is, how you can save us money. You sent me an email, 2 days ago that, you thought there were some pretty big savings that we could have there. The program's run through our roadmaster right now, who has a pretty full plate, and so naturally I would want to recommend to the board that we consider a different option if we could. And yeah, like we've discussed in the last 2 years, a lot of things have changed in used vehicles or value. They're in our case, the necessity of all of them, and how we could streamline and presumably, hopefully, save the taxpayers money.
Yeah, I did want to start off with just a general industry update. I'm not sure if you're all familiar or listening to the news lately, but due to COVID last year, there is a semiconductor or microchip shortage across the entire world. So how that pertains to you all and what that's affecting the vehicle market is that we are at an all-time low when it comes to new inventory on dealer lots. What that's causing is just new car prices to rise because dealers just have low inventory. Right now what we're seeing out there is a lot of dealers are selling at MSRP plus some form of markup. Some of them aren't offering certain government incentives that they would normally do in the past just because of supply being so low. On the flip side of that, to your point, it's driven up the used car market as well. So we're also at an all-time high when it comes to the used vehicle market. So those two things together have really caused a lot of our conversations with our clients has shifted to not only what do you need in the next 6 to 12 months, but what are your fleet needs probably in the next 12 to 18 to 24 months. And so right now we're sitting down with all of our clients, having these conversations, being proactive, ordering vehicles in advance, so we can make sure that they get a vehicle, and then number two, make sure they get the best price for the vehicle. So that's what's going on in the market right now. I know historically for you all, you've bought vehicles in a combination of different ways, but a lot of times when you buy a vehicle, it's a used vehicle. And so again, right now, the used car market the way it's at, I wouldn't recommend necessarily going used. Wouldn't mean that in future years, if that makes sense for a certain application. But what we're seeing right now, it's just, it's a crazy, crazy time to be in the vehicle market.
Commissioner Pash?
Yeah, hi, Ryan. Commissioner Pash here. I just, we're 2 years into our first 3-year cycle of cars, and I don't know that the county buys any used vehicles. What we decided to do when you were, or shortly after you were here last time, was to, the board went with having the road department order our vehicles through the government funding program, which we get a pretty substantial discount on that, and then having a 3-year turnover on them, and it's so far looking very promising for the county. As you've just mentioned, the chip shortage, and I'm sure that's probably going to be ending in the next 3 to 6 months. And yeah, they're going to have to take some time to get those chips back up, but the chip inventories back up. But a lot of the issues with COVID have closed some of the factories, And I understand China is now getting back online pretty much, from last I heard, about 85%. So I also have an Oregon dealer license in full transparency to you. So I have a small lot, and I do move cars in and out of that. So, you know, what we decided to do was put things on a 3-year, you know, so that just as the first warranty is wearing out, we're going to put them up for public surplus auction and sell them, and we believe we can pretty much net to the county at least break even, especially in this up market, which I believe will continue for at least another year. You know, the vehicles that I think we bought last year for $22,000 or $23,000, I believe now are, you know, 2 years later, they're probably worth as much or more than they were when we purchased them. So it looks like it's going to be a success for us. Do I agree with Commissioner Boyce that we could reduce our inventory of vehicles and use the current inventory that we have a little bit more efficiently? Yes, I do. I just I don't know that if you can do more for us than that. I'm all ears, but I just kind of wanted to give you my opinion. And I am the liaison of the road department, and Rich has already sold a couple vehicles that surprised him what they went for. So we're very hopeful that you know, with no warranty, you know, with the warranties on new vehicles, that we can, before those warranties are up, resell the vehicles at very close to what we paid for them and be a win-win for the county. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. If you like, I'll let you speak to, or ask you to speak to that, Mr. Orford, and then I've got a couple questions for you. So, your call.
No, you hit the nail right on the head. You know, I'm glad that 2 years ago we were able to have some conversations about your fleet. And what we're seeing right now in the market, I may even ask you to be more aggressive in what you're doing. I don't know what particular vehicles you bought back in 3 years ago or so. I got your fleet list. I was able to dissect it. It looks like most of the vehicles you bought back in 2017 were utility police interceptors. So unless you have some other vehicles in there that I don't have access to, you did buy a few in 2018. From the fleet list that I got, I don't have any 2019, 2020, or 2021 purchases yet. So, and then on top of that, I think part of the conversation that Commissioner Boyce and I had was potentially helping you downsize your fleet, as you mentioned earlier. Maybe there's something we can offload. You guys currently have 34 vehicles that are 10 years or older in your fleet. So, you know, I think the exercise that we want to go through here is we really want to take a look at your fleet, understand what your vehicles are being utilized for. Can we right type the fleet? Can we get you out of those old gas guzzlers? They don't need to be in them. They can pass down to them. Can we help you replace vehicles at a quicker pace than maybe even you're doing today? So I'll give you an example, just to speak high-level, direct examples. Right now we have a client in Oregon, a government client that gets government incentives. They're making money right now on their half-ton and three-quarter-ton pickup trucks. So the slide deck that I sent over, and I'll send it over again, I apologize for my computer errors here, but basically to your point, you're right, you get very large incentives on vehicles. That's part of being a government operation. So you go out and you buy an F-250, $39,000 truck, you get $10,000 off invoice of the vehicle, you buy that for $29,000. This year alone, we were able to turn around a 2020 vehicle that was bought for $29,600. We were able to sell that vehicle for $39,200. The customer made $9,600 total in depreciation on that vehicle. And in fact, after maintenance and fuel, everything all in, they've made 74 cents per mile on that vehicle. The whole point of our program is not to, you know, it's not designed necessarily to tell you you have to turn vehicles in at this very moment and you have to do that and that's the way it's going to be. It's to have that open dialogue and take every individual vehicle you have and case by case take a look at it. I can tell you right now, since the market's been the last 5-6 years, if you have any trucks in your fleet that's not like a service body or a dump truck or something like that, your plain Jane, half-ton to three-quarter-ton pickup trucks, toolbox, ladder racks, things like that, those trucks are worth a lot of money. And it doesn't make sense to go out and you can pay cash for them. You can actually do an equity lease or a finance on those vehicles for 1 year, turn around, and get into a whole new truck, which is I know for most people that's a little extreme, which is probably why you're on the 3-year holding pattern now. But that's just the kind of expertise that we bring to the table every single year when helping you make decisions on your fleet. And that's really what.
Well, thank you. That, you know, we know that this market isn't going to last forever, and we know that we kind of got lucky on the draw with, you know, at least that aspect of the whole COVID pandemic. Did I hear you say that you didn't have any data from the county fleet to analyze beyond 2019? What was the year?
We did strip some vehicles out of the analysis, like some medium duty stuff. So if you bought like a F550 or some big vehicle for roads, we have stripped those out of the analysis.
Okay. Commissioner Pash?
I have here a list of some of the vehicles we have, and yeah, we've got several Ram pickup trucks, 2019s. We've got, you know, we bought 2019 Ford Escorts. So yeah, we do have several more vehicles that I don't think you may have on your list. And again, those are within 1 year of being full term for what our initial ask was for the board. But if Commissioner Boyce is going to ask you to come down here and look at our inventory, or get you, and maybe Rich, to get you a full list of inventory and highlighted in vehicles that are in our road inventory for county use, I would be 100%. Let's look at everything we have, because pickup trucks right now are averaging between a 20 and a 25% premium over market. It's the highest they've ever been in history, a premium over market. So if you can take advantage of that, I say let's do it.
Coast Auto doesn't have any cars in their lot, hardly. There's just, I've never seen it in all my...
Well, cars aren't as strong. Cars are only about 8 or 10%.
They don't have Jeeps, they don't have
Trucks are
anything.
20 to 25%.
Commissioner Herzog had a comment there, in our largest auto dealer in Curry County. Go ahead, Commissioner.
There's just no cars on the lot. There's no used cars, there's no new cars, there's no pickups, there's no Jeeps, there's, you know, it's a Chevy, it's Coast Auto, it's Chevy, GMC, Jeep, Chrysler. It's just, it's odd.
I sold a car at auction today that booked for 6,200. It sold for 87.
So
so I can give you a little bit more context on that as well. So I've been doing this for 13 years, and I've never seen a year obviously like this. So GM cut off their entire 2021 order bank in January of this year. That's unheard of. They're not starting them back up yet until probably July, which means production won't start until probably September, November, and their order banks are going to be extremely short. Ford's already cut off the vast majority of their fleet. They're about to cut off their Super Duties here in the next 30 days or so. And Ram is coming out with their 2022 model year in June, but production won't start until November. So you're not looking at getting a Ram product until probably this time next year. So that's what I'm saying when we're having conversations with our clients. It's going to be bad. And the microchip shortage might come back at some point in time, but from what we're seeing in our industry, what we're hearing from our experts is that this is going to go well into 2022 because the manufacturers are already so far behind. They're taking pre-orders now to catch up for last year's lack of production. And it's just going to take another year to right itself, maybe more. So I think there is an open window here to take advantage of the used car market. If you need to offload these vehicles for you and use that equity to help you replace some other vehicles and net, make it a cost-neutral scenario, that's just going to continue to drive down your maintenance, drive down your fuel expenses, and overall, that's how you're going to save money. And then where enterprise expertise comes in is long-term. It's not just, okay, well, there's an open opportunity here, enterprise can help sell some vehicles, that's fine. But what I mean by that is that every single year, we sit down with our clients. We assess the fleet, we analyze it, we put recommendations in front of you, so you can make well-informed decisions on your fleet. So that's the long-term goal of the partnership with us.
In the long term, really was my biggest interest because the market changes, and it wasn't to in any way recommend that we weren't managing well. We've spun a lot of plates with what we're dealing with, as everyone is in the entire country. So if there's a way, and first of all, I need to get you the updated information. I apologize. I didn't know that it was, that's what was sent to me, and it was sent rather promptly, and in a good way, and so that would be my first responsibility here, is to get it to you and make sure we have what you need, and then, yeah, preparing for the future. Best case scenario, not so good, or worst case scenario, put it that way.
Yeah, and hey, this is our first practice. This is why I wanted to have this conversation. I didn't want to do a full proposal yet without speaking with you all. I wanted to have a conversation and get an understanding of what's going on and your thought process. I appreciate being forward with me and telling me your opinions on that. So, I think what a good next step would be is obviously getting an updated fleet list, updating the model I put together for you, and then I would also like to probably have a sidebar conversation with your roadmaster, just because I think he's more connected to the day-to-day operations of your fleet, and he can give you more insight on specs and trucks and what he has. And, I think that might be just a good conversation offline with him, maybe for 20 minutes. And then we can, once I gather the information and gather the data and put together a good plan that makes sense, I'll come back and propose that to you all so you can make a decision on it.
Send me an email, if you would, on the step-by-step of what we need to do, and I'm sure the roadmaster would be agreeable to getting you that information and working with you. And he's a very productive guy, so sometimes you need to get something done, you go to the busiest person to do it, and they usually produce. So send me that email if you would, please, and we'll do a little more comprehensive work for you.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're already doing some of this already. That's a good sign. When we met 2 years ago, I think we all agree that's not the case.
Yes.
I'm happy to hear that you're already envisioning kind of the cycling point, and I think your dealership background is super important, because it's not like it's rocket science here. We want to buy the vehicle at the best, lowest that we can, and we want to sell the vehicle at the highest that we can. If you can do those two things, you're controlling your operating expenses in the middle. And the number one cost of owning and operating a fleet is fuel and maintenance, not the acquisition cost of the vehicle over time. So how can you get you in a situation where you don't have 30 vehicles that are over 10 years old, or have you got some people that are over 20 years old in your fleet, and maybe some of those are gone, maybe some of those are disposed of, maybe they're spares, I don't know. I think having a conversation with your roadmaster that can really get a real list of what's actually being driven on a daily basis, versus like right now I have an insurance sheet that I'm working off of.
Okay. Very good.
Did you all have any other questions? You mentioned a few more maybe possibly that I can answer for you.
No, you did great. Much appreciated, and thanks for your patience.
Maybe a fee schedule.
Well, hey, I'm sorry for my computer crashing on me. It's the one time I needed it today, so.
Good, Commissioner. Commissioner Pash has a question.
Well, I just had one more thing, if I could. If you would also, when you send us your thoughts on that, also send us Enterprise's fee schedule for for what you're going to be charging us.
Yeah, I can, yeah. So just to answer that real quickly, we're members of Sourcewell. So we have a RFP agreement for fleet management services, and you're all members of Sourcewell already. So that's how a lot of the other counties and cities in the state of Oregon have piggybacked off that RFP. So I will send you that RFP because your pricing is all locked in already.
Thank you, sir.
Well, other than that, if there's no other questions, I'll let you all have some time back in your day. I appreciate the opportunity, and Commissioner Boyce, I will send you over a recap email with our next steps and things that I'm looking for.
Hey, thank you again.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
You all have a good one. Appreciate it.
Bye for now.
Man, I could drill.
You okay? Okay, last agenda item. Mr. Nichols, come on up here. New generation forestry.
Next generation forestry.
I said it again.
I'm
Next
going to put
generation.
a card on your desk before I leave.
Yes, thank you. And, I was able
It
to...
actually says new on here. It
Yeah,
says-
that's because Commissioner Boyce messed up.
Okay.
Yeah, but we put his resume on your counters there, Commissioners, and...
If you look at the
this is...
proposal, it says next generation.
Okay.
we've got some ideas and some responsibilities and some tasks that are before the board here, and primarily what generated this was the 38 acres we have on, I always call it Ridge Creek, but it's Dry Creek, and just so the public knows, it's a beautiful stand of forest, and we'll pull that up here. I think I said in the agenda routing slip that it's about halfway as a crow flies between the Oak and the Sixes River, and it's surrounded by the Coquille Indian tribe on two sides, and Lone Rock on the third, and Roseburg, I call them Roseburg Lumber, but that's not their official name of their timber holdings, but everybody's got to show off just a little bit here. This is looking straight south. Not in a roll, sorry.
I don't know if we want to mess with Grassy Knob. There's a real mean retired attorney lives up there.
Oh, you weren't going to say that, I thought. This is looking the same direction. And this is looking at the bottom, so it would be more south than southwest. And then we have an aerial here, I think. That's actually, that's in your packet, but this is a map. I don't know if I can enlarge this.
Whose log property are you standing on?
That was just logged by the Coquille tribe.
Okay.
And this is the Curry County section right here. And this is everything around it essentially has been logged down to the pretty close to the creek here. And yeah, Scott, I forgot to put the map you did that really shows, right dead center in that 38 acres is pretty big stand. Yeah, I think it's on our screen too, but. So my idea board is, we have 33 acres now, timber, across from Pacific High School. We have 40 acres across from Crook Point, east of, Crook Point and Pistol River. We still have considerable forest left in Florence Lake, other places, and we need an analysis, especially on this piece, is somewhat urgent as far as if it's ready to harvest now, what should we do? What shouldn't we do? What's the benefit to the county with a log market? Is there a company that could do it rather quickly and efficiently and affordable for us if we decide to go that route? And so that's where you come in, and you provided us a contract. You come highly recommended. And, I appreciate your resume, appreciate your time, and
Thanks for having me.
my dream is for Curry County to have a forestry program sometime. Might be after my time, but, and also we have the American Rescue Plan. Would we want to buy timber if it was a good buy and to do the long-term investment for the future? Not recommending that, but we also have Lobster Creek Camp that is some pretty impressive forest background. Just having said that, you can say, oh my gosh, Boyce wants to log Lobster Creek, but no, it's an addition to our holdings and tough, tight budgets coming up within our program responsibility, and as I often say, the revenue pie is getting smaller and the expense pie seems to be getting bigger. So thank you for this work you did here. And I was up there, 2 or 3 months ago, met with 3 of the Coquille tribe. They were interested, still are, I think, as far as either managing, harvesting, some combination, long-term. They've already done, or already starting the reforestation process in the sections around that they have harvested within the last year. It's just a valuable piece of property, and I want to get some professional advice for our board that would make potentially good recommendations. So You haven't had a chance to go up to this piece yet, though, have you? But you are familiar with Rob Lasky of the tribe and...
Yeah, and I've been by that piece. I just didn't really pay much attention to it when I was in the area. I was buying logs from Rob from the tribe when I was log buyer for South Coast Lumber.
Gotcha, sure.
So yeah, it is my intention to go up there and check it out, but I kind of wanted to see if there was going to be a contract first before I spent time doing that. If you'd like to know a little bit about my background, I could start there.
Please, adjust that microphone on your right just a little bit closer to you. So both of them are, there you go. Good, thank
Is that a
you.
little better?
Take your time.
So I've been in the timber / lumber industry for the last 17 years. I grew up in Crescent City. I started logging.
Oh, no, you're a redwood guy then.
I don't know if I would have shared that, sir.
Well, I consider it a success story for Crescent City.
There you go.
I started logging back in 1999, did that for 2.5 years, worked for South Coast Lumber at the plywood plant for close to 2 years, ran heavy equipment for Tidewater for a couple of years, and then shortly after that I went back to college and got my degree in forestry with the intent to, at some point in my life, start a consulting business, which I just did this year. I work by myself, for myself, so I don't have any employees at this point, so I do subcontract some things like tree planting and herbicide application and things like that.
You see who just, planning director Crockett just walked in, you're in trouble now.
Are you two related? No. Okay, all right.
We know each other.
Yeah.
So, not too long ago, Commissioner Boyce reached out to me and, asked if I'd be interested in helping the county make an educated decision in what to do with that property. And I would like to be involved in that. I do have, thoughts in my mind that I could help you make a decision as to whether or not it's the right decision economically to have the tribe manage it, or maybe it would be a good economic decision to hire me to manage it, along with maybe some of your other tracts of timber. So that's why I'm here.
Questions, Mr. Herzog?
Yeah, so how would we start something like that? That 38 acres is not huge, but it's a chunk of land, and
yeah.
And there's access to it. There's a road into it, or
Yeah, there's a road right next to it.
There better be a road, huh?
There would have to be roads built to get into the stand so you could log, but that, I wouldn't think that would take much. You got roads all around it.
You need to give me detail on that. The road goes right to the top of it.
Right, but a 40-acre tract,
Get down to the bottom, you mean?
generally,
Okay.
It looks like it's ground-based, so logger doesn't want to ground-base a 40-acre unit from the top of the unit. So I'd have to see it, but I'm managing property for a family in Coquille, the Hogan family, and how I started with them is I didn't cruise the timber like you suggested, Court. I just walked it and kind of gave an estimate of what I thought the volume was. It saved them quite a bit of money because to cruise 40 acres could cost, if you're hiring a consultant, could cost you up to a couple $1,000s, depending on the consultant. So what I generally do when I'm helping a landowner, I estimate what I think the logging cost is, what I think the volume is. I call around to various mills and learn what the market is, and then I provide you an appraisal of what I think you could log it for and what I think it would cost you to reforest it. If you wanted to do any herbicide application to prep it for planting, I would guide you in that direction. So that's...
Bishop Ash.
Not to be the devil's advocate here, I guess. I'm just wondering what service you provide versus, like I know Dr. Williams up on North Bank just had all that land up of his property logged, and I'm guessing it was probably 40 or 50 acres he logged out. The logger that was up there came over while he was logging and talked to me about my property.
Yeah.
And he basically did the same thing. This is how much volume you'll have. This is, what your reforestation is going to cost. This is if how you want to clear your land, how you want to re-prepare it. And I believe he worked for South Coast. I'm not.
No, it was Brett O'Brien.
Oh, yeah, that's who it was. Okay.
He was the logger, so he does kind of, in his own way, do consulting along with logging.
And that's what I'm saying. What can you provide for the county versus a logging company like that?
Similar product,
Okay.
really. But I can tell you that most log buyers, if they have a professional forester that they trust, that they're working with, in a lot of cases, you're going to get better prices from the mills.
Okay.
But not to say anything bad about Brett. Brett has a good reputation.
Yeah.
And so.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, sir.
So, what I'd like the board to consider, maybe not necessarily today, but on the long term, is to inventory all of these tracts of timber. Long term, make a decision on what the value is and, how we could manage, what we could recommend to the citizens, what we could turn into parks, bike paths. When you start figuring logging costs, I'm way out of my league, especially replanting costs, and what the laws are required on that, potential damage to watersheds. I know that Josephine Coos and Douglas County all have forestry programs, and they have really qualified people that help them make decisions, and they manage their forests like the tribes very, very well. And so is Curry County ready for that? I think maybe we are. So that's why I made the contact with you. I really appreciate having the opportunity to serve with you on the Wild Rivers Coast Forest Collaborative. I think you contributed very well to that. I haven't talked to any other contractors, but you're at the you live here, and I think you have a vested interest in Curry County, and that enthuses me, of course. And this piece of property here in the map that you just that the public has and that the commissioners have in their packets, that's it looks like it's ready to be harvested. And the sooner you do that, if that's the decision this board makes, then what are we prepared for next? All the above. And is it the right decision? We could even potentially sell it, and we're never going to be able to do anything else with it, with surrounded by and the neighbors, and but that's why I'm very interested in having you be involved. And there again, look at the other tracks that we have. Become familiar with Forest Lake. Become familiar with Crook Point. And then, of course, the biggest thing that comes up in my heart, soul, and mind is, what's the fire danger? Are we managing well there? Are we prepared? Are we fire-wising? Are we just kind of shrug our shoulders and hope for the best, or are we going to be a little bit proactive and be part of that management that we really tend to challenge the Forest Service with on their management, and it has everything to do with roads and fuel abatement, all the above. So, yeah, board, that's where I'm kind of going long term. Go ahead, John.
So,
Commissioner Herzog.
My question is, or my thoughts are, it only makes sense to me if the county can make money off of logging this property, and then 20 years from now, log it again. So, did I hear something?
Probably 40.
Yeah, 40, not 20.
Okay, 40 years later.
You get some of those Australian poplars and put in there.
Well, okay, 40 years. So, you haven't cruised it or anything. So, just on a guesstimate, 40 acres, it looks forested to me, full. Can we pull those logs off of there, make money, and afford to plant and make money, and hire you to do it, and You know, I've heard a lot about the Coquille tribe. I'm a pure Brookings boy, so I think South Coast Lumber is who I would, you know, I don't know about the Coquille tribe that much, so, but I like South Coast Lumber. Good friend of Fred Arnold's. You probably remember Fred. Anyway, so can you give me a kind of a, is that a question? Did you hear a question in there?
Yeah, I did. I heard you to ask me to look at my crystal ball without seeing the stand of timber and tell you if it's worth it.
You are a success.
My guess is, yeah, it probably is. But and if you wanted a cheap way of finding out, I could spend 3 hours out there and an hour or two in the office and give you an idea before putting a lot of time and effort into it. And, you know, I do that for other clients.
Okay, so I was just looking because I saw somewhere on here there was a price sheet on down, all the way down. Oh, okay. So for 5 hours at $70 an hour.
Plus mileage.
Plus mileage.
$450.
We gotta start somewhere with saying, you know, is this a viable?
I'll tell you what if you like, I'll tell you what the tribe said and their representatives. And I won't say the amount, but it was a very impressive figure. But
why can't you say the amount?
Well, I mean, it's $1 million, okay? But they're just like till Scott sees it, he wouldn't begin to want to make an estimate. But we got to get him up there first. He would be our second opinion. The Coquille tribe showed a lot of interest in managing it, harvesting it, and then manage it for the next 25, 30 years through a contract. And the reason they made sense, and Scott has reviewed this quite a bit too, the reason it made sense is because they have all that land around there. So as they replant their portions now and back and forth, it would make sense to consider having them do it. But if Mr. Nichols and his company went up there and said, I wouldn't log this for 5 years because the market's down, whatever, or, you know, it's not that good a timber, you know, that's the second opinion that I would really like to put before the board here.
Hey, Buck, I think I need to get mine relooked at.
Well, I like South Coast because they're in Curry County, and Coquille tribe actually, you know, is not in Curry County, right?
They do have some
They have property,
tribal,
but I mean.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying.
They're Coos, you know, Coquille is Coos County, so.
I'm confused why you keep mentioning South Coast.
You're confused? Why?
Because what do they have to do with it versus the tribe?
Well,
They don't have a branch of their program that does analysis or consulting. Do they? Privately?
No.
Yeah, I think.
But I mean, we'd sell the logs to South Coast?
You might consider it, but I could tell you right now, you'd make more money selling it to almost anyone else.
Okay.
Because they have all the mills, Scott, have.
Everybody has a
quite the
tremendous
inventory.
amount of volume.
Yes.
But, you know, there's mills, you know, depending on what that log is, there's mills in Riddle that are paying $925 a thousand for logs, and South Coast is paying $700 or $675 even to some landowners. So even with the extended haul, and that's the biggest thing I do for clients is I help them, you know, sort their logs, market their logs, not just sell to one person because they like that person, but make the most money that they can by merchandising what they have.
Well, and I'll just clarify, you know, I'm for South Coast because they're a Curry County business and have been for 100 years, and so that's the only reason I say South Coast.
Okay.
They've done a lot for Curry County. They, you know, stayed in business when Simonson's and Westbrook's and everybody else quit logging and the mills closed down. The Fallard family has kept Curry County going for really a good long time. So
Thank you for mentioning that, and it is very true. It's an understatement, and you know, they would, when and if we decided to sell this, they'd be able to bid just like any other.
Yeah, and if the
any other
tribe
company.
managed it or you hired somebody else to manage it, I mean, the tribe may sell it to
They'll,
South Coast.
well, they
I
would.
mean, they're selling a lot of their wood to South Coast right now.
Yeah, and they would probably want to bid too. You know, they're close, just like South Coast is. So, yeah, so we'll get back to you on this. We can't make a decision in a workshop, but I think you're probably getting a sense of what the board would like to do, and it's anxious. You would probably, you know, it's behind a locked gate, so Coquille, you know the people we know there, and they would
Yeah, I talked to
take you
Rob.
there.
It's open all week, so.
Good.
If you wanted me to go up there and look, I'd just go during the week when the gates
That
are
one,
open.
that one crew from Myrtle Point, they're probably long out of there now, I think, aren't they? That was logging just down the hill, so up to the top right of that map.
Oh, Gibbs logging?
I think that's who it is.
Yeah. They're out there somewhere, but yeah, I don't think they're right in that immediate vicinity right now.
Okay.
Well, and Brett would be one too. I mean, he's right in Port Orford. He's just,
Yeah.
he's a good logger. Anyway.
Anything else, board?
No.
Council Pope?
Okay, thank you.
Good to meet you,
Thanks.
Scott.
Nice to meet you, Scott.
Great to have you here. Thank you. Okay, so we are, we never did close out of executive session, so we need to go back into executive session. Then we're going to go back in, we're still recessed in regular session from 11:15?
Are you closing this meeting? Yeah, you did.
Right.
We did not close it, did we?
You did.
Yeah. You instructed staff to proceed as
Come out and,
instructed.
okay, we're going to close the workshop first, and then we're going to go back into second executive session so we can discuss what we needed to. We never give any staff, we didn't give the staff direction.
Well, and
That's in regular meeting, not in your executive.
I know.
Well, I
okay.
have some executive session stuff that I found out during the.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So that's why we're going back in executive.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Session, the date is May 26, 2021, Curry County, Oregon Board of Commissioners. We are asking the staff to please proceed as directed. So we're going to go back into executive session, and on the agenda, what did I say, regular session. Yeah, it's been a long day, quite a day. Go back into regular session. And we have one item that we did not get done on the regular session, which was item 12, American Rescue Plan Advisory Committee or Stakeholders Committee that we would like to postpone, table until June 9th. And that may be a workshop, may be an action item. I think it likely will be an action item. So that, anything else, board? This meeting is adjourned.